on a right-wing plank. He lost, but Oswald was fixated on him and thought he might be the next Hitler. Tried to kill him, went along a window frame and just missed Walker's head. So he was committed to making the change through gunfire, and people sometimes, I think, forget about that.
Well, we now have 99% of all JFK files out, supposedly. Could we be missing something significant in the other 1%? And how likely do you think that this release finally puts a stop to conspiracy theories?
Oh, I don't think it'll put a stop to conspiracy theories. I'm past the point of thinking anything actually will put a stop to conspiracy theories about the case. And the best thing is, I saw today there was a headline in the Daily Mail, and the Daily Mail does know how to do good headlines. And it said blockbuster, bombshell, JFK, how the files change everything. And their actual quote, Lisa, is my favorite. Quote, "The JFK files apparently say nothing, and that says everything," end quote. So their view is, well, obviously, the real news, the real document, the real evidence of the conspiracy, of course, we were silly to think it would be in the National Archives. It must be somewhere else. So, if you're RFK Jr., you think the CIA killed your father and killed your uncle, you're not going to say after these files are reviewed and there's no bombshell in them, well, now I believe the official story. You're going to continue to hunt for that information somewhere else. And I do think that in the Kennedy case, there are reasons for people to be suspicious. You have Oswald being killed by Ruby. He had been in Russia. It's a long-range shot. Every TikTok video, that's now out in 30 seconds tells you why there's another conspiracy in the case. So I think the conspiracies will live on with the Kennedy case for a very long time.
Investigative journalist and author Gerald Posner, thank you very much for your time.
Lisa, thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true, people are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. Edelman'sCoins.com.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Spring into savings at Bucks County Estate Traders. It's our Buy More, Save More event. 15% off every item. And when you buy 3 or more, get 25% off 1 item. Conditions apply. From timeless antiques to designer furniture, rugs, art, and more, refresh your space and save big. Don't miss our spring cleaning promotion. Out with the old, in with the extraordinary. Visit Bucks County Estate Traders in-store or online at shopbcet.com. That's shopbcet.com, where your next treasure is waiting.
Team Foster raises money to provide life-saving service dogs to injured and disabled veterans. Show up for the veteran community at Team Foster's Rough Ride Philly event. This 24-hour spin event starts at 10 a.m. on May 31st at the 23rd Street Armory. Part competition and part festival. You can ride for 15 minutes or 5 hours. Join or create a team for Rough Ride Philly at roughride.org. That's roughride.org.
I answered the call. And even though I no longer wear the uniform, I am still a Marine, still serving those around me, my country, and my community. That is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful, always Marine.
News Talk.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. U.S. and Russian negotiators sitting down for talks in Saudi Arabia today on a partial ceasefire in Ukraine. This is hours after a round of negotiations between the U.S. and Ukrainian negotiators. Special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, outlining the goals while speaking on Fox News Sunday.
Our job is to narrow the issues, bring the parties together, and stop the killing. That's the game plan.
And the meeting now expected to be followed by another between U.S. and Ukrainian teams. U.S. airstrikes targeting Yemen's Houthi rebels, pounding sites across the country Monday. The group saying one attack in the capital killed at least 1 person and injured more than a dozen others. American strikes now entering a 10th day. And the first black Republican Congresswoman, Mia Love of Utah, has died after a battle with brain cancer. She was 49. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
For the first time in 2 years, we will have a new men's college basketball national champion as 1 seed Florida knocks off 2-time defending champ UConn 77-75 in the second round of the NCAA tournament. In other Sunday March Madness, it looks like Cooper Flagg is healthy and only his second game back from an ankle injury. The projected top pick in the NBA draft went for 18 points and 9 rebounds as 1 seed Duke got a 23-point win over 9 seed Baylor. Meanwhile, Maryland barely avoids a major upset as the 4-seeded Terps come back from a dozen down to beat 12-seed Colorado State 72-71 on a Derek Queen buzzer beater. That's sports in the Fox News Rundown. I'm Greg Thompson, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I don't like the whole Trump-Putin relationship unless we're going to be pissed off at each other. I don't find it that massive of a story right now that the USA and Russia want to play hockey and we're going to shake hands about it.
It's a hell of a point because what makes the Miracle on Ice such a miraculous moment? It's not just because a bunch of amateurs are playing a bunch of grown men from the Soviet Union.
Right.
It's because America and the USSR were engaged in a Cold War at the time. And it meant so much more than just a hockey match when the U.S. beat the Russians, which eventually we beat the Russians for good by defeating communism.
Join in on the nation's tournament.
Yeah.
Just add more teams. And there you go. They'll be participating.
Right.
That's how I would do this.
I bet Canada hates Russia. What can make things really spicy is get Ukraine involved. Yeah, if Trump and Putin are going to, orchestrate everything for this war, Ukraine's left out.
There you go.
I think Ukraine should also play in this hockey tournament. I mean, just make it the Six Nations face-off and add Russia and Ukraine. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Housing will be in focus this week with the release Tuesday of CoreLogic's Case-Shiller Home Price Index and the latest data on new home sales for February. Earnings season is winding down, but we will be hearing from GameStop on Tuesday, Chewy, and Dollar Tree on Wednesday. A developer of residential towers in multiple U.S. cities now wants to sell condo buyers on luxury homes that float. The company, Crescent Heights, plans to spend more than $1 billion converting cruise ships into condos. So far, it's finalized the lease on one ship, which will offer 210 units at prices starting at $750,000 and going as high as $8 million. In response to Elon Musk's efficiency demands for federal workers, NASA is rolling out a weekly accomplishments app. The acting NASA administrator says the new tool for the 5 things you've done this week request will enable workers to track and share their work. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
The only thing better than a hot dog at the ballpark is 2 for the price of 1. Snag 2 for $5 on the first Hatfield Phillies-Franks BOGO night, Monday, April 14th, when the Phils host the Giants at 6:45. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. You're on the hook to catch some NL East action at CBP when the Phils face the Marlins on Friday, April 18th at 6:45, Saturday, April 19th at 1:05, and Sunday, April 20th at 1:35. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kalen and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, March 24th. It is indeed Kale and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist and Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Harry Mays will join us today at 7:45 for my personal favorite edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Always love the Monday edition. Dawn, good morning. How are you? How was your weekend?
Well, it really began with 14 hours with a great Travis Manion Foundation 8th annual best ever thon.
Yep.
It was awesome. I know we have news on that.
Yes, we do. Gregory. Hello, buddy.
Or were we just here?
I know.
Didn't I just get home Friday night?
Oh, my Lord.
Just turned right back around?
Yeah. No, it was a great day. Thank you to everybody who donated. Thank you to all the sponsors. Just a tremendous effort by everybody, but especially the listeners and the people who donated. We could not have done that without you, so thank you very much for that.
I believe the tweet came out Friday night. We smashed last year. We smashed our goal for this year to the tune of $1.15.
The grand total for Friday for the 8th annual Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon was $115,953.
That is just amazing.
Wow.
Our goal was 100,000. So
wow.
Thank you very much for all of that. We got close to 16,000 more than we initially set out to do. So smashing last year's record and just amazing stuff.
What
So
a day.
Thank you to everybody who participated and who donated.
And if you've ever wondered what Hunter Biden allegedly looks like under the influence of cocaine, just go back and listen to the final 30 minutes of Rich Scioli on Friday.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure how I have no clue how his head didn't explode.
You know, we do the last hour of the Radiothon, the 6 o'clock hour. I don't even know if it's available on the app, but you need to go back and listen to it because basically we do the old National Lampoon bit. I don't know if you remember the first National Lampoon magazine where there's a picture with a dog with a gun next to his head and it says, buy this magazine or we're going to kill this dog.
Yeah.
It's basically what we do. Donate. Donate or else. We just spend an hour yelling at the audience to donate.
Or you get Rachel Zegler and Michelle Obama in Afternoon Drive. But that disaster has been averted because we achieved our goal. So Rich will be here with us today. All right, we have a lot of good things to get to on the show today. A big take on America's informational warfare with how you consume your news, left versus right, mainstream versus alternative. We'll get to that. A very big first hour and a half locally as Donald Trump was in Philadelphia for the NCAA Wrestling Championships over the weekend. Penn State, big upset. We'll talk about that, the crowd reaction to Trump being at the Wells Fargo Center.
Was Penn State an upset? I don't think it was. I mean, they're like the best wrestling.
No, the heavyweight championship was a huge upset. Gable Stevenson got knocked off.
Gotcha.
A guy who's now failed as a pro football player and a pro wrestler went back to college and still loses. Massive upset in the heavyweight bout, which Trump was going nuts for. We'll talk about that We have that reaction for you. Also, a couple of local stories in Pennsylvania with cell phones in schools and why school districts are not taking advantage of cell phone bans and some equipment to help execute the ban. We'll get to that. And then also, I'm not really sure what the infatuation is with squirrels or deer as pets, but we have a Pennsylvania deer story that we have to talk about because Elon Musk got involved. There's a local column from the Inquirer. People Magazine is writing about it. And if you remember the squirrel in upstate New York, it's kind of the same thing. We'll talk about that. Plus also, surprise, surprise, the woke Snow White, it didn't do too well on its opening weekend. Jeez, I wonder why. We'll get to that as we continue, plus the cut sheet. But first, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:04, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. This is Kalen and Company News Live, Monday. Yes, we are here March 24th on this rainy morning. By the way, as far as South Jersey, that Wharton, according to the authorities, those volunteer firefighters, as well as career firefighters, the Wharton forest fire, about 80% contained this morning as we head into a rainy Monday morning. Police investigating a deadly triple shooting. This happened outside a bar in West Philadelphia, 5300 block of Arch Street. And police say they believe this thing started as an argument between a security guard and the gunman. So that 30-year-old security guard rushed to the hospital where he did later die. The two other victims were told, 35-year-old woman and a 30-year-old man, they're in stable condition. And police believe the other victims were just bystanders at the time of that shooting. So far, no arrests have been made yet. So Philadelphia police looking for that gunman as now this has turned into a homicide investigation. We also have the search for an arsonist. This is in the Manayunk section of Philadelphia. All of these vehicle fires at parking lots in Manayunk, this is under investigation, and this is an act of arson. Was not some kind of an accident, according to police. So started Friday, happened over the weekend as well, and police say they responded to 911 calls for vehicle fires in that parking lot on the unit block of Cotton Street. So nobody injured to my knowledge, but why would you start these vehicles on fire? Two vehicles on fire in one shot, a 2010 white Hyundai Tucson, and then as well a 2004 silver Chevy Malibu. So was this a case where it's targeted? Was this, what's going on here? So we're following that one for you as well as Philadelphia police investigate.
Well, on the bright side, they're not Teslas.
Oh,
I was waiting for you to drop the Tesla make and model, but no, they're just cars from, 21 years ago and 15 years ago?
Yeah, older vehicles. Yeah. Why?
Probably time for them to get off the road anyway, right?
Yes. During this Lenten season, we have Pope Francis finally coming home. So weak. They're saying he was quite weak and frail, as some people were trying to see as he was returning home to the Vatican from the hospital. And that was yesterday after surviving that 5-week life-threatening bout with pneumonia. And so he actually made a little bit of a surprise stop at his favorite basilica on the way home before beginning 2 months of prescribed rest and recovery during this Lenten and obviously upcoming Easter season. So 88-year-old pontiff entering the Perugino Gate into Vatican City, and Francis was seen in the front. He was in the front passenger seat wearing nasal tubes, and that was to give him the supplemental oxygen. So a lot of prayers for the Pope, but yes, he was leaving the hospital, gives the thumbs up, cheering crowds. It is Italy after all. Right?
Yeah.
Very excited.
2 months of prescribed rest.
Yeah.
I think all radio hosts should be prescribed 2 months of rest around July and August, if you get my drift.
And closer to home, I'll say to you that this is kind of a sad era ending, if you will, in Philadelphia. The Macy's in Center City, Philadelphia, closing its doors for good.
The amount of posts I've seen about this over the weekend. Who gives a frog's...
I agree. Oh, God forbid a retail store is closing.
Oh, my Lord. It's like, here's a video of the organ playing Fly, Eagles, Fly. Okay.
You'll be able to get your Estee Lauder perfume at one of the other 7,000 Macy's.
I understand the nostalgia of it. I do. I'm
the Wanamaker building.
I'm a nostalgia guy. I just, it's a department store, for God's sake.
How are you going to act when Pat's and Gino's closes up? My God.
Well, they're saying it's the end of an era. They were selling everything, and even one guy ran in, had to buy a mannequin because the movie Mannequin was partially shot there.
Oh,
so you could buy the mannequins.
That's right. It was shot there.
That horrible movie.
A little piece of history.
Wasn't that was Andrew McCarthy, right? Yeah, the Rat Pack.
And so there was a special send-off featuring the legendary Wanamaker organ.
Oh, God.
Playing the organ. And that was yesterday. So many people coming to say goodbye. Now, the organ will stay, but it looks...
Thank God.
Yeah. I know you're all wondering. Well, it's kind of cool.
Every time my wife and I go to Macy's, we end up separated. I can never find her. I go down to look at a pair of jeans. Next thing I know, I can't find her.
Well, 91LSXer on the YouTube chat has a good point. He says it's the building, not Macy's. It's about the decline of civilization. because we can't have nice things in Center City because,
Dawn, isn't that where the
security?
the security guy, isn't that where the kid stole the hat? And then he came back and attacked the guard as he's working his second job to make ends meet.
And so what happened with that was that kind of exposed, that was a tragedy. The family sued and won.
Good.
But as well, it exposed the situation because all the numbers came out because the family was suing.
Mm-hmm.
And so everything comes out in discovery in the courts. And so when everything came out in discovery, part of what was going on was that the security guards said, well, if something's between $350, there was a debate. Is it $350 or $500? How much can you steal from the store without the DA's office prosecuting?
Yeah.
And that was all revealed during that.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was shortly thereafter, after that lawsuit that we heard. Yep, they were closing for good.
Jimmy Kelly in our group text says, how long before Dawn does a story about someone trying to steal the organ?
That's a good point.
Well,
Friday.
They'd be in big trouble because that organ is protected by the Philadelphia Historical Society.
Of course it is.
So they can't touch it.
Yeah.
So it looks like the building, it's kind of cool. The building will actually become housing. They've been bought out by a New York developer. And so looks like that's what's going to go on. It's going to be fancy condos.
Oh, fancy guy. Okay. I was going to say
not migrant housing.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Right.
Sanctuary suites.
Oh, God.
Well, unless we decide to pay for it.
Yeah, that's true.
Those days are over.
Yeah.
It's a rainy, kind of miserable Monday morning, 42 degrees right now, headed up to 58 degrees with rain today. We will see the sun tomorrow, 60 degrees. And the warmest weekday for us, well, that's not true. Actually, we're going to eke out 61 by Friday. So 60 tomorrow for your Tuesday, Wednesday 54, Thursday the brightest, sunniest day, but a cooler day with only 53 degrees. But Friday we start a bit of a warm-up. 61 for your Friday, Saturday 64, by Sunday 67 degrees. After today, I don't see a big chance for precipitation. Throughout this week, we're going to see that warm-up happening, but Sunday, the culmination was 67 and sunny skies. So we just have to get through today, kind of a raw, rainy day, a lot of accidents out there, so be safe. This is Kalen and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:12 on this Monday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kale and Company.
Which is brought to you by Natural Lawn of America, America's informational warfare. You know, the American media landscape has shifted drastically in the last few years. The days of TV, newspapers, and broadcast radio are no longer the go-to for those in the United States seeking out information and entertainment in their traditional old-school format. Radio has evolved. We have apps, we have YouTube streams here on Kale and Company to complement traditional spots on your AM or FM dial. Every TV network now has a streaming service in addition to their traditional channel. Newspapers have digital copies and content behind paywalls. But for quite some time, we've been living in tribal times where you can seek out whatever you want. Perhaps validation and confirmation of your beliefs only. Perhaps niche topics and subjects on social media or via a podcast. almost everything has a slant to it. There's very little room for the middle, despite the alleged demand for it from 1/3 of Americans. But one thing is for sure, alternative media is thriving and legacy media is dying. People have short attention spans. People are exhausted by the fear porn. People are looking at results and what policy impacts and affects their bottom line. The Democrats are aware of this, as is the mainstream media. Here's New York Times columnist and podcast host Ezra Klein on Bill Maher's HBO show on Friday night. Listen and watch this.
The thing about the election, the thing about politics right now, is Donald Trump wins people who don't like to think about politics. Right? That's very, very clear in all the polling. If you follow the news, you voted for the Democrats, by and large. If you don't follow the news, you voted for him. And I'm not saying that that means that people who voted for him are less smart or anything like that, but the problem the Democrats have, the problem that Andrew's argument has, that my argument has, that your argument has, is how do you reach people? It's not even really, I think, that the problem is people hear that the Venezuelan gang members are being deported and what is the judge's power over this? They don't hear about it at all, oftentimes. Right? I mean, this stuff is all in the news, and if you're tuned it out, it's very hard to get to you. And so the thing that I think they understand, I mean, you've had Steve Bannon on this show, right?
I think we have him coming up. So yes, we've had him, and we're going to have him again, and then he's going to have us.
His whole thing is you flood the zone. Right? His whole thing is you flood the zone because the pipe of information for most people is pretty narrow. And even if they hear about one thing, they don't hear about the other 8, they don't hear about the other 10. You overwhelm the media, you overwhelm people, and also you recognize that most people don't want to think about it, right? And so you can get a lot done under the cover of chaos, and it's a very genuine problem. It's not a crazy strategy.
If you need further proof that legacy media is dying, just take a look at the iPhone and Apple rankings in their App Store for the most downloaded news services. Phil, please throw up the side-by-side graphics here on YouTube. You will see visually the top free apps are X, Reddit, and Substack. The top grossing apps are X, the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg, Washington Post, and Fox Nation. And speaking of the New York Times, the New York Post with this headline: the Pentagon's chief spokesman ripped a garbage New York Times report claiming that billionaire Elon Musk would be briefed on Friday about the U.S. military's top secret plans for a possible war with China. That man would be Sean Parnell. He joined us on Friday for Radiothon in the Travis Manion Foundation, and I asked him about this story. Here's that Q&A. Listen and watch.
Sean, I know the New York Times is back to their old bag of tricks with misinformation, and you had some comments earlier today on television on Fox News. If you'd care to reiterate those statements in regards to the New York Times undermining the Department of Defense.
Very, very mad about this. Very upset about it. And bottom line is that they ran with this story with the headline that was, by the way, that was just flat out irresponsible and dangerous, about Elon Musk coming to the Pentagon to receive a super secret, top secret brief on, war plans or for a potential war with China. I'm paraphrasing, but that was the gist of it. First of all, this secretary, and I know because I've been on the bilateral calls with both our alliances and our adversaries, he's working so hard to implement the president's agenda and implement a peace through strength agenda that can both build up our military and deter our adversaries. He's working overtime to ensure that happens. And this headline really undermines and undercuts that process. And the crazy thing about it is that we essentially told the New York Times, the reporter, prior to writing that story, that that's not correct. Like, this headline is not based in reality. The angle that you're working on this story is completely fake, yet he ran with it anyway. And to me, I think what it does is underscores a sinister motivation that is not attached to reality, one of which is based on hurting the secretary and ultimately President Trump through the secretary. And really, articles like that, I think we did a good job basically saying that it was fake, but articles like that can be just undermine our goals of trying to pursue peace.
It's almost as if the mainstream media and the Democrats are openly trying to inflame tensions and provoke World War III. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is trying to establish global peace, and the spin is that somehow he's the bad guy. And I want people to think about that story. So Trump wants to establish peace in the Middle East. Reports over the weekend that he will look to expand the Abraham Accords. He's also trying to end the war with Russia and Ukraine, but somehow is going to go to war with China? That doesn't add up. And it's the narratives, the stunts, and the bad reporting, and the failure to vet sources like this that has led to Democrats losing out in the social media battles for control of information. Politico with the headline, "The Democrats are losing the social media wars. This young socialist is hoping to change that." They write, Zoran Mamdani may not win his election, but he could offer a strategy to the left. Mamdani is a socialist and a TikTok savant running for mayor in New York City. I'll help Politico out with this one. No socialist is winning, period. Cuomo will win that election. But have you seen Bernie Sanders and AOC lately running around like media lunatics? Trump won in part for many reasons, but one of which was conservatives and Republicans flocking to TikTok. But if you need further proof of how bad it is for the left and their allies in the legacy media, let's go to the tape. Here's a mainstream media montage that illustrates their coordinated yet collapsing talking points, with the new target being Elon Musk. Listen and watch.
Elon Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency is taking a chainsaw to the federal workforce.
Elon Musk continues his chainsaw attack in Washington.
The guy behind the chainsaws.
Smart.
Taking a chainsaw, if you will, to the federal government, that's, decapitating a lot of lives.
And they slashed and hacked with the chainsaw. The slashing and the burning, the chainsaw.
Elon Musk with that chainsaw.
I mean, he's walking around acting like he's the head of Doge. He's, brandishing the chainsaw. 9 months pregnant with Elon Musk's chainsaw.
Marauding with a chainsaw. Wait a second, Buster.
Most Americans who do not pay attention and process politics beyond an entry level are now aware of these tricks and their tactics of the left and the mainstream media, and it doesn't work. The message is terrible. It's predictable. It's completely coordinated by design, and the politicians are detached from reality. The people that get in front of a microphone or a camera are absolutely insane. But two more examples to illustrate that would be Rosie O'Donnell and Jamal Bowman. Now, as we know, Rosie O'Donnell kept her promise and fled the United States of America after Donald Trump won in November. She has since moved to Ireland, but she's still in front of the cameras. Let's go to the Irish election denier, Rosie O'Donnell. Listen and watch.
A lot of people did vote for him.
Yes.
Do you accept their right to do that and their opinion of him?
Well, I respect their right to do that. I question why the first time in American history a president has won every swing state and is also best friends, and his largest donor was a man who owns and runs the internet. So I would hope that that would be investigated and that we would see whether or not it was an anomaly or something else that happened on election night in America when Kamala Harris was filling up stadiums with people who supported her, and Donald Trump was not able to do that. So it's curious to me, and as an American and a believer in democracy, I would hope that we would be able to look at all of the reasons why this happened in our country.
If you want to win elections, you might need to find voices and faces that are the complete opposite of Rosie O'Donnell. Or don't, and continue to have men vote for Republicans. Also, platforming an ousted one-and-done squad Dem whose only accomplishment is pulling a fire alarm during a congressional vote might not be the best path for redemption. Here's Jamal Bowman getting CNN in trouble. Listen and watch.
That's not true. And this shows, again, the American people do not trust Elon Musk. And Elon Musk is incompetent in his position. And how do we know? Because they fired tens of thousands of people, was challenged in court. The court said the people have to go back, and now the people are coming back. He's incompetent. He's a thief. He's a Nazi, and people don't trust him. Period.
Let me just... Calling people you disagree with politically a Nazi, that is so summer 2024. It's also a losing recipe. It will also get you to offer up a legal apology after the suits tell you to get back in front of the camera and correct yourself. And it could cost you a lot of money, Jamal Bowman. Elon Musk reportedly considering litigation after Bowman's absurd commentary. And oh, by the way, Elon Musk, he sends rockets into space. Jamal Bowman can't tell you the difference between a man and a woman. I'm not sure we should be measuring intellects here. But the bottom line is this: in a polarized, tribal, divided America, at least in the media and on social media, one thing is very clear. Messaging matters. The names and the faces matter. One side is keeping it simple, stupid. The other is self-sabotaging and self-destructing every day as they teeter on the brink of elimination. Not my words, but Bill Maher's, doubling down on the absurd. And the most gratifying part of it all is that most people don't see or hear the stupid anymore. We just do them a favor and highlight it right here. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kalen and Company.
Brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year by calling 800-FREE-SEED now. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, we'll continue on the other side as we've got a couple of local stories in Pennsylvania here with the domestication of pet deer and also cell phone bans in Pennsylvania, and why most school districts are not taking advantage of the cash and the resources that would come with it. It's Kale and Company. We're back after this on a Monday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. oliverheatcool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
Spring into savings at Bucks County Estate Traders. It's our Buy More, Save More event. 15% off every item. And when you buy 3 or more, get 25% off one item. Conditions apply. From timeless antiques to designer furniture, rugs, art, and more, refresh your space and save big. Don't miss our spring cleaning promotion. Out with the old, in with the extraordinary. Visit Bucks County Estate Traders in-store or online at shopbcet.com. That's shopbcet.com, where your next treasure is waiting.
Hey, it's Rich. Zioli, we have so much to be happy about, right? So much to smile about. So how's your smile? Well, if it needs any work, it's time to make that appointment to see my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Yes, he's my family's dentist, and we've been going to him for years. And so have so many people in our area for decades. And for over 10 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized among his peers as a master of dental implants. That's right. Listen, having great, strong, healthy teeth doesn't just help you look and feel good, it's essential to your health. I mean, you gotta eat food, right? So listen, make your appointment with Dr. Mike Veneria today. 2 locations to serve you right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, and trust me, he's worth the trip. When it comes to complicated dental work, you don't want to go to the closest dentist, you want to go to the best, and Dr. Mike is the best, recognized among his peers for over 10 years as the best. So make your appointment today at veneriadental.com, VANARIA, Dr. Mike Veneria, veneriadental.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit scottautogroup.com.
Important Medicare news. Doge chief Elon Musk says all government spending is up for review, and the House plans to cut $800 million in healthcare costs. These cuts could hit Medicare and Medicaid. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, revealing the real Medicare crisis. Over 65 million people depend on Medicare, and Rob Finnerty says hardworking Americans that paid for it should get their full Medicare coverage. This week in his series Medicare in Crisis, Rob Finnerty looks at Medicare and why it faces bankruptcy. Big changes are ahead for Medicare. You need to watch Rob Finnerty tonight. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app on your phone now. Millions are switching to Newsmax because we're fighting for you.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your pork.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Keswick Theater on April 5th. Proceeds help Abington Fire Companies replenish the gear lost in the fire at SPS. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Happy Monday to all of you. This segment of Kalen and Company brought to you by Wawa, where you can get the meal deal you really want. It's a $5 big breakfast deal at Wawa, where you get any sizzly breakfast sandwich, any size hot or iced coffee, and a hash brown for just $5. Mornings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa. That would cost you like $17 over at Starbucks. Why would you waste that kind of money when you can go to Wawa? 855-839-1210. We just had a loud thump here, I think outside of our studios. I thought maybe Chris Christie fell at the construction site.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
My God. Dawn, did you hear that?
I did. I ran out to look at whether it was the construction or was it Thunderbolt. It was bizarre.
Gonna have to send you down to the scene for some live reporting. It's about 13 yards from here.
Crazy.
All right, let's get down to it. I want to get to these local Pennsylvania stories here coming up in just a moment or two. But Friday, I thought it was interesting because you had a lot of people saying a lot of stupid things. Nothing, I think, more we could sit here and talk about Rosie O'Donnell questioning the election. That's kind of fun and goofy. Jamal Bowman sitting there saying Elon Musk is a thief, he's incompetent, and he's a Nazi, which I really do hope he's forced to issue an apology. Elon Musk reportedly considering legal action. You're going to call somebody a thief, you better be able to back it up. You're going to call somebody a Nazi. A, that's not true. B, it's so 9 months ago. And C, you could be facing defamation or slander or libel suits, but that's neither here nor there. Really, the big thing that I thought was interesting was when Sean Parnell, and I don't remember because I think this was maybe around 1 or 2 o'clock on Friday. So we're in our 8th or 9th hour of doing Radiothon. And Sean Parnell comes on, and obviously he works under Pete Hegseth. And I saw earlier in the morning, he was on one of the morning shows on Fox. I think it was Fox and Friends, where he was basically saying, no, the New York Times, and we had told the New York Times in advance that this is not true. Your sources are incorrect, that Elon Musk is going to be in a World War III China war briefing with Donald Trump, and basically says that is absolutely not true. The New York Times then decides to run the story. I don't know if they have retracted the story, kind of like the Associated Press has had to do a couple of times in the last few weeks with erroneous reporting. But that is if you're going to report something like that, and Dawn, I don't know what your rule of thumb is as a journalist, but, I would assume you have to have multiple sources to run with something. I would probably say if we're talking about a war with China, you better have 3 or 4 really good sources that you vetted and you really believe in those people to run with a story, which, again, to me, it doesn't make sense, Dawn. You're going to end wars in the Middle East and with Russia, Ukraine, yet Donald Trump, with the track record of peace in his first term, is going to start a war with China. Now, if you want to start a trade war with a country, I got it. And we're kind of living through that right now. But that was really erroneous. And I thought Sean Parnell, and I haven't seen or heard a ton of Sean Parnell, but in the few clips that I've seen of him, he's usually a low-key, very measured guy. You could tell his blood was boiling over that story.
Yeah, so he calls it garbage. He says it's just fake news. It's absolutely not true. So what's going on here? Obviously, the NYT had some source. Who is that source? I mean, you say that you have anonymous U.S. officials claiming this, and that top military brass from the Pentagon would be briefing Musk on these top secret defense topics, including China. First of all, I don't think he has clearance. And so that would be, it doesn't even ring true. So who told the New York Times that?
Well, yeah.
Who in the government? Because they need to be outed.
They should be fired immediately if it is true. But I think it's one of these things where it's easy to pin, and we've seen Elon Musk kind of become the new top target for the media, right? Because of Doge, because of axing, or as they say, the chainsaw to all these agencies and cutting through all the bureaucracy and all these people that are losing their jobs. And they see Elon Musk every single place that Donald Trump is. I mean, I've seen Elon Musk by Trump's side more than I've seen Trump's kids by Trump's side. It's like Elon's the adopted son. But why would Elon Musk, a businessman, now I get it, cars, SpaceX, cutting waste, fraud, and abuse is the terminology that they like to use. You're right. Why would Elon Musk be in a conversation about potential war with China? Why would Elon Musk be at an NIH meeting? Like, Elon Musk is an expert in certain fields. Elon Musk is no Secretary of Defense. He's not a military combat veteran. To be completely honest, and he's smarter than I'll ever be, I don't know if Elon Musk knows the first thing about war and global conflict. So why would he even be briefed on that? And honestly, and I like Elon Musk, and I'm an Elon Musk fan. I love what Doge is doing. But the truth is, he's not an elected leader. He's a vanity project guy that has joined Trump to, get the balance out the budget, right? We like our business leaders in politics these days. This is the trendy thing. Well, if you've never been able to operate a business successfully, how can you operate the federal government? Bring in the business people. And they've been successful in doing so. But Elon Musk, China, possible war, it doesn't add up. Not when we talk about a guy, and Dawn, you say this all the time, peace through strength. Donald Trump is not interested in funding the military-industrial complex and the war machine. Why would you go to battle with one of your biggest commercial and industrial allies, and 2, China's probably the country I don't want to mess with when we're talking about global conflict. You want to fight Canada? We'll finish off Canada in 3 days. China? I'm not so sure about that. 855-839-1210.
I'll tell you this. I don't think Elon is necessary. To me, the issue here is with every one of these kind of things that begins with fake news. It's just like gossip. Think about somebody gossiping in your family. So the New York Times has some source. What's the agenda of that source? So was there some slideshow somebody was preparing to, I don't know, share with him? Somebody gets their undies in a bundle. They report it to the New York Times. So either the source is just a horrible source and is making something up, or there's some level of truth and the source has blown it up.
Mhm.
That's how I see it.
Yeah,
the
I
New
agree.
York Times they're not going to completely just make something up. They're not going to fabricate something, but it's your job when you have something that just doesn't ring true.
Yep.
Then it's your job as that journalist to go and vet the situation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, recently I interviewed, she's a great reporter. Her name's Emily Kopp with a K. And so she did all these investigations. She's pretty much just out of college, just a few years out of college. Investigative reporter. She goes, starting with the pandemic. She does all of this reporting on the pandemic. And finally, just about a week and a half ago, New York Times names her and says, hey, we, the New York Times, we had it wrong. And they name her as somebody who's a credible source who was right.
Well, it's going to be tough for them to swallow.
So I'm glad that they did that.
Yeah.
But I would hope that whoever their source is, they never listen to that person again. Who is that person and what's their agenda?
I agree. All right, if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. Let's get down to the local business at hand. I love this story, and I don't understand what the infatuation is with humans and animals that are not meant to be pets, so to speak. And I say that as a dog owner. I've had 4 dogs, love dogs. Although this dog I like the least. This dog, the dog I currently have, is the lowest in my power rankings. But
that's not right.
He's just a pain. He's a stupid dog. Stupid person, stupid dog. We're a bad combination. So People Magazine and also Philadelphia Inquirer with this story. I want to start with the national publication of People Magazine. Headline, authorities confiscated a beloved deer that a woman raised as a pet. Authorities confiscated a deer that a Pennsylvania woman has been keeping as a pet, according to the Pennsylvania Game Commission and multiple reports. Tammy Shirey of Fayette County says that she and several members of her neighborhood have raised the 2-year-old deer.
This is Pennsylvania, right?
That is
Yeah,
correct.
yeah.
Whom they named Baby ever since they found him as a fawn. This is according to the CBS News affiliate KDKA, which I think is the Pittsburgh CBS affiliate.
Yeah, it's our sister station, too.
Okay. Sherry, 64, told the outlet that the baby, that's the name of the deer, has received all of the same vaccines that are required for deer on deer farms, and that she believed she had all the necessary paperwork to legally keep Baby as a pet. Sighting of deer in collar with pet painted on its body prompts a warning from officials. However, Pennsylvania law states that deer can only be kept as domestic pets if they were born in captivity, which Baby was not. Sherry attempted to intervene when state authorities showed up at her property to take Baby away, and she was subsequently arrested. People reached out to Pennsylvania State Police, but did not receive an immediate response. The Pennsylvania Game Commission confirmed it has Baby in its custody, right next to Sam Bankman-Fried, and he has not been euthanized at this point in time, per KDKA. The Game Commission also told the outlet that it is currently deciding on the next steps for the animal. Now, if you remember, everybody was up in arms a couple of months ago when Peanut the squirrel was euthanized in upstate New York when state authorities came in and captured the squirrel from home, and then they put that sucker out to pasture. I want to get to the Philadelphia Inquirer story in a moment, but I don't understand, and I didn't grow up on a farm. I didn't grow up in a rural area. I mean, I've lived in suburbs and townships. I've lived in the city. I've lived in the South, but not on a farm. I don't understand the infatuation with taking animals out of their natural habitat and raising them.
So this story, it's not just a woman who has a baby deer in her backyard, and she's feeding it, right?
Nope.
It's like she's keeping it in her house. Yes. I believe I saw I believe I saw a picture. I believe this is a trailer park.
Is it a trailer park?
If I'm no judgment, judgment.
Yeah.
But this whole so it's an older lonely woman.
Yeah.
Who has taken up.
She's 64.
Okay, so she's not that old. A lonely woman who is taken up with with a deer.
Yeah.
Because she's a little lonely.
Now,
right?
yes. Now,
Also, it's important to point out that
Yeah.
Baby has been neutered, and also the antlers the antlers were altered.
Uh-huh.
So
that
So it's a trans deer.
Baby who's a male. Yeah, basically.
Yeah. So she basically took this deer and said, "You can't be in the wild anymore
Right.
because we've taken away all of your, quote unquote powers for the
Yes.
wild, domesticated them,
Could never survive in the wild.
and it would never survive in the wild."
Yes.
So the latest on this one, just to update you on the story, the Game Commission has reported they did find a, quote, licensed facility in the state of Pennsylvania that will accept the deer and look after the deer permanently.
Okay.
They're not going to euthanize it?
They're not going to euthanize the deer. They have found a facility.
Now the Inquirer has to put its slanted stench on this story. Wait do you hear this headline? Swear to God. Philadelphia
This is my favorite
Inquirer.
story of the weekend, by the way.
This is already the leader in the clubhouse. A Pennsylvania woman domesticated a wild deer. MAGA and Musk are after the state officials who took the animal away. For nearly 2 years, they write. This is written by Jesse Bunch. Tammy Sherry's rural western Pennsylvania backyard was like a scene out of Disney's Snow White. She forms an impenetrable bond with the wild animal. There were daily feedings that include strawberries, blueberries, and butternut squash by the gallon. So already this deer eats better than I do. There was also a plush bed for Baby to doze off on the back porch.
Baby.
Delighted in playtime, even nudging a big purple ball across the yard alongside Tammy's 2 chihuahuas. So she's got 2 dogs and a deer, and they all get along in harmony. Unlike Democrats and Republicans, animals can get along. So when the deer resists, bucking and falling to the ground, a distressed Sherry can be heard repeatedly yelling, "You're gonna hurt him." This is as Pennsylvania Game Commission officials showed up at the house. Now, here's
Because
where
they were pulling it by a rope.
Yes. Here's where it gets, quote, political, according to the Inquirer.
See, people see that video because that video made the rounds on social media.
And they get in their feelings.
They get all in their feelings. You gotta hurt the deer.
Yeah.
You gotta hurt the deer.
Yeah. Across the internet, more than 100,000 people have seen the video. So if we can find this video, Phil or Jimmy, I'd love to play this. Jenkins initially posted it to Facebook. TikTokers are sharing the footage to outraged followers, and now they've racked up hundreds of signatures for the petition. And even Elon Musk has chimed in, saying, quote, authorities need to stop doing this. So there's the Musk angle. Now his post garnered 115,000
So
likes.
Elon is sympathetic to Tammy?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Can Elon Musk concentrate on Doge,
What? He was
SpaceX,
asked
and
about
Tesla?
He
He wasn't asked about it. He commented on Twitter,
Somebody
where he
asked
spends 99% of his day.
It's his playground.
Oh, God.
And then Marjorie,
Get a job.
And here's where MAGA gets involved. Marjorie Taylor Greene,
Oh, here we go.
never missing out on an opportunity to throw her stench into the pile, like the Inquirer, posted in support of Baby on X, saying it is a tyrannical, bureaucratic overreach. So that, I think, is where we can have the discussion of the politics and government overreach.
Of all the things that the Game Commission has to do, why? So the question is, how did they know about Tammy and her chihuahuas and the deer? Because somebody in Tammy's family or somebody in Tammy's community called the Game Commission. So guess what? It's against the law to domesticate a wild-born animal.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, my mom, who grew up in Wisconsin, don't you know, when she was young, had a similar thing. She was a little girl. There was a baby deer abandoned in the woods. She took the deer unbeknownst to her parents. She had it like back in a shed or whatever. She was feeding it and giving it a bottle. And then when my grandpa, who, by the way, Purple Heart,
Shot
US, United States Marine, well, probably later at some point. But Grandpa was
Made some venison
Grandpa John
steaks.
Was,
Love me some venison.
Grandpa John was like, Rosemary, you cannot keep it's against the law. You cannot do this. So but they didn't alter the deer, and the deer was still a baby. So they found it. They figured it out. They let it back out in the wild, and because it's a wild animal. So the problem here with this is that I guess she had a veterinarian probably broke the law, because a veterinarian actually neutered the male deer.
Yeah, you're not supposed to do that.
Do you know what I mean? That's like clipping, clipping the wings of a migratory bird. You can't do that
Right.
stuff.
I agree. Very
So-
simple. There's a law that says you cannot take them, out of the wild unless they were born in some sort of habitat where they were domesticated from Jump Street. It's a very simple law. You have to adhere to it. Now all of a sudden she claims that she's the victim. Poor baby, poor lady. Give me a break here. Can't pick and choose selectively a la carte when we want to adhere to the law and then be outraged over it because you're in your feelings despite what the law says.
It's kind of to be fair, though, it's kind of a stupid law.
Well,
right?
I agree.
You know what I mean?
That's a different conversation.
It is, to Dawn's point, which I think is a good one. Like don't they have anything better to do with their time than?
But my
You think somebody in that neighborhood was like, you know what?
It's not a neighborhood. It's
they're out in the country.
It's her
Somebody
neighborhood.
complained though.
It's her trailer park community.
Somebody. They did not just happen upon this. They're not like Elmer Fudd, like searching for a lady who castrated and domesticated a deer. So I just think that I think somebody turned Tammy in, and she should probably, to the point to weave in your big take. You think about the New York Times and Tammy. Who are these sources? Who turned Tammy and her dear baby in? And who said that about Elon in the New York Times? Those people need to get a life.
Agreed.
I just love. I've never read Jesse Bunch up until today.
It's Will's kid.
Is that? I was just going to ask. Is
Yeah.
that Will's kid?
Yeah.
Okay. So of course, because now
He's a big lefty.
Well, obviously, MAGA and Musk are stepping in. Marjorie saying it's tyrannical overreach. I don't think it's tyrannical overreach.
If you're in the game commission, here's the thing about it. If you're in the game commission and you get calls from people and they say, "Hey, this is happening," and da 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 da, you have to go. They're filing reports. You have to go, and once you go and you see that somebody's breaking the law, I'm not blaming the game commissioners, the folks, for doing their job.
Yeah,
they don't really have a choice. It's like a cop,
right?
You call a cop to the scene, and there's somebody's starting a fire.
It's kind of what you signed up for.
You know what I mean? You got to follow procedure.
The real Ron Swanson on YouTube says she turned baby into a beta buck. Road Warrior says morning crew goes full government enforcement. I'm not government enforcement. I'm just it's look, yeah, you can whatever you want to do. I don't care. It's just there's a little, in my opinion, a little mental instability there when you want to keep a deer.
Yeah, it's like that chick in Lake Placid that was feeding the baby alligator.
Yeah.
She gave her dead husband. Ugh. Remember that? I think it was Betty White.
But to your point, the truth is that these animals also, even though they say baby is vaccinated, these animals, they carry diseases. It's a wild animal. It's the law.
Well,
if you don't like the law, change the law. But I'm not going to blame. Let me just ask you, if you're that game commission guy or gal who gets called, do you want to write up that report? No. Do you want to have to put the rope on the deer and have the crying lady and have all this coverage? Can you imagine?
I would have reported back to my supervisor. No sign of a deer here. We looked for like 9 minutes.
They should have roped the lady.
I mean, so the game commission workers, like, man, that's not a good day.
Now,
You're getting ripped by everybody across. It's like, oh man, I got to write up all these reports. They got to find a home. They had to find a home for this deer.
Yeah.
This castrated deer that's now miserable.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have any antlers. You know what I mean? It doesn't have any.
Doesn't have
anything
balls.
to live for. Nothing.
Well, he
got
did.
nothing to live for.
He did.
Big balls.
But then, Dana Bash adopted them.
Hairy balls.
And chopped them off. But see, this is where I think the conversation is interesting because Road Warrior is saying about, the government overreach that we're talking about, and we're on board with, the government intervening or interfering. I'm surprised that this is why I thought this is worth having the conversation. But Road Warrior is a former police officer and a detective for over 3.5 decades. He personifies law and order. There's a law on the books. Again, you don't have to like the law, but you have to adhere and follow the law until the law is reversed or amended, or you have new legislation that's passed and voted on and approved for. I don't like the laws either, but I'm not going to sit here and pick and choose which one I think are worth following.
Well, thank God there's a sanctuary where they can keep this deer because it's not going to survive in the wild because she took out all of its deer parts.
What if we grabbed all the deer and put them with the migrants and created just a massive sanctuary, like a sanctuary planet?
That was the thing my grandpa, in a serious note, my grandpa told my mom, when you make an animal that's friendly to you, you're putting that wild animal in danger because they're going to associate people with food or friendliness instead of running. It's like Mr. Stranger Danger, right? And so you're taking away the instincts of an animal. In this case, she took away more than the instincts.
Yes, she took away his manhood.
But, I feel for her. I hope Tammy can find, I hope they tell Tammy where the sanctuary is. Maybe she could volunteer at the sanctuary. Maybe there's a silver lining.
Yeah.
In my opinion, they should lock Tammy up.
Yeah.
Well, that's not.
What do you think goes through Tammy's mind when she walks back into her trailer park and sees the 2 chihuahuas and baby deer humping pillows?
There's nothing wrong with living in a mobile home park.
No, it's cheaper than the mortgage market these days.
Yeah,
Orlando on the YouTube chat says, next time you guys jaywalk, make sure you turn yourselves in.
I will.
I mean, this is just a different,
jaywalking is a little different.
Imagine living in that.
Than getting a deer neutered and cutting off of its antlers.
Imagine living in that trailer park thing.
It's a mobile home.
Whatever you call them. Yeah, like there's the deer. There's all kinds of come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. That's how pandemics start.
I would have taken my shotgun out and
disgusting humans.
Taking care of baby myself.
Yeah. Well, first we got bats. Now we've got deer. Where's Fauci? You gotta go up there and vaccinate that whole trailer park.
Oh God.
And
everybody's so righteous.
The commission even they've done all these interviews about this. They've said, no, you cannot get a permit. So this is not a licensing or a VIG, getting the money or anything like that.
Yeah.
If an animal is born in the wild, you cannot get a permit to own it or have it as a pet.
All right.
It's against the law.
Yes, it is.
So lobby and get the laws changed.
There you go. 855-839-1210, the number. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. Harry Mays will join us for the cut sheet around 7:45. 2 stories to get to before we get to that after the news. The cell phone story in Pennsylvania that is very interesting as far as money that has been allocated in grant form to, put these devices away that most school districts are not taking advantage of. And then surprise, surprise, Rachel Zegler and woke Snow White bombed. We'll give you the details back after this, hour 2. Stay there.
Dawn Stensland here. The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full lines of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we provide no-cost digital resources in place of textbooks and most courses. And that's not all. You'll receive your accredited online education at an affordable tuition with a choice for more than 135 degree and certificate programs. With online and hybrid courses, get everything you need to succeed again. Learn more at umgc.edu, certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's business solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Necessity is the mother of invention. How do you think plumbing was invented? I'm thinking someone said, guys, really not digging our current situation. Indoor plumbing. Done. Today, no one understands plumbing like Hutchinson Plumbing. How it works or doesn't work when pipes freeze and burst. Hutchinson's same-day service means our experts will have your plumbing back up in no time. And for times you need extra help like a new water heater, our flexible payment options and great warranties make it easy. Schedule today at hutchcomfort.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you, but you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of, or in any consultation with, or at the request or suggestion of any candidate, or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
Keswick Theater welcomes The Rascals on April 18th, Almost Queen on May 10th, and Harry Chapin's Greatest Stories live on May 17th. Tickets are on sale at keswicktheater.com. That's keswicktheater.com.
Your 401k goes up and down. That's fine when you're 40, but not when you're 60. Find out how to protect your hard-earned money. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
You can look at the menu, but hard to discount it. You can feel the cushions, but you can't have a seat. You can dip your foot in the pool.
All right, 7:02, hour number 2. We're off and running. Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders, where you can spring into savings at Bucks County Estate Traders during their Buy More, Save More event with 15% off every item. When you buy 3 or more, you'll get 25% off for one item. Conditions apply. Visit Bucks County Estate Traders in-store or online. You can shop at shopbcet.com, 855-839-1210. A lot of social media activity coming in on the deer story that we talked about in Pennsylvania to wrap up the second half of hour number 1. Newman Price sent us 4 different pictures of him hanging out with a deer. He says you don't need to keep a deer as a pet when the wild ones will come hang around if you feed them. Like, I'll show up in your backyard if you feed me as well. So what the hell? Dr. Rob Lee says there's a young deer in a Fox Chase neighborhood that neighbors care for. Roams around, lets everyone pet him, sleeps in yards, hand-fed. The Pennsylvania Gaming Commission refused to help. It's really not safe for the poor deer in the high-traffic areas because, as you know, they end up being roadkill. All right, let's get down to the news here for round number 2 at 7:04. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning this Monday morning, March 24th, Kalen and Company News Live. We are sponsored this morning by Piazza Auto Group, following up on just a horrific accident that happened. This happened Friday evening as we had just wrapped up from an incredible thon for the Travis Manion Foundation, but tragedy had struck, and this was involving 2 brothers and a puppy killed, 2 other people in critical condition after one car fell off a highway in Philadelphia. So police now say that 2 cars were speeding northbound. This is I-95 heading north on Friday evening. One of the vehicles, which was a Mazda, struck a barrier, fell off the road right near Castor Ave and Richmond Streets. Pennsylvania State Police investigating. 4 men were inside that car, all brothers from New Jersey. When that driver lost control, they went over the edge and fell into the, this is in the Northeast, in the Port Richmond section of Philadelphia. This is according to Pennsylvania State Police. Police say the 2 passengers in the back seat, 18 and 22, were not wearing their seatbelts, were ejected from the vehicle, both pronounced dead. And the driver and the front seat passenger, 18 and 23, they were rushed to nearby hospitals in critical condition. A puppy riding in the rear passenger compartment of the vehicle was also ejected during that collision and was found dead, according to police.
Does it
What
say
a
how
tragedy.
how many feet the drop and the fall off was?
I mean, it's off of, off the overpass.
Yeah.
Think of an overpass.
I must have I must have just missed this because it happened right around the time that I was heading home from radio.
Oh.
So
Yeah, I don't know how you didn't.
I know.
I mean,
know. Well, you see all these. You see 95, especially at night. You see all of these cars that take the 2 far lanes and they drag race.
Yep.
And that's allegedly, apparently, what was happening here. They were drag racing. It's just come on, guys.
Yeah.
Just a horrific scene.
But an entire family wiped out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's God. What an awful story.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry for that. I mean, I know the traffic was obviously when it's a death investigation, everything gets shut down. It was a Friday evening.
Oh God.
And so it's what a tragedy. So
well, where'd you say it happened?
In the Northeast, Port Richmond section. But
would I have if going up towards
see, it might be.
Would I have passed that, or is that behind us? You know what I mean?
Right, because I'm thinking
it may be behind us.
It may have, because of the road.
Not sure what exit that is off of 95. I'm sure somebody on the YouTube chat will let me know.
I was surprised how long it took me just in general to get home Friday night.
I
would have thought at 7. Yeah, I would have thought at 7:15 heading back home. I was past the rush hour. It took me an hour.
Yeah, because it's Friday night.
Yeah, I'm usually drunk at that point.
Stop. Don't admit those things.
Open book here, Stensland.
Well, you could be an open book, but
No.
a a little omission
it takes,
never hurts.
It takes almost an hour sometimes for me to get home at 10:45 in the morning when I'm done with this show. So I thought for sure I would have been 25, 30 minutes. It was an hour, and there was no accident. It was just a crawl.
Yeah, that was us. It was same thing.
Yeah.
Because we're going the same direction. All right. Are we talking about Trump in over the weekend? NCAA.
Do we have that clip ready?
We have a bunch.
We have a lot of.
I have a lot of clips
video.
from.
I know we have 47 cuts today.
Let's do the. I'm not going to get through them all, so you might as well. Let's start here with cut 8. This is the ESPN feed.
So do you have him arriving to Philadelphia International Airport?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I have him arriving to the Wells Fargo Center.
So President Donald Trump, I'll tee it up. President Donald Trump's appearance. So these are the final rounds, NCAA Wrestling Championships in Philadelphia. I will tell you that this is being reported by the local media, national media, that he was met with both praise and protests. But inside, I think that's where Greg Stocker's taking us, the Wells Fargo Center.
So ESPN was in the middle of doing an interview when Trump arrived. Roll it.
It is what it is. For me, I don't really focus on those things because that stuff comes here today. And it's
There's
tomorrow.
Trump.
So for me, I just really try to put focus on just keep getting better, scoring points.
Standing ovation. And you see those in the front row reaching out their hands. He shakes some hands.
The United States, Donald Trump, in
It's on the
attendance
floor.
tonight at the Wells Fargo Center.
I think Jim Jordan was with him.
Yeah, I have all
our
that
Senator
stuff too.
Dave McCormick
I have-
and Tina McCormick.
I have all that stuff.
We're there. Elon Musk.
47th President of the United States.
Here comes the USA chants, I think.
We have a more clear version of that. If you want to,
you can save it.
If you want to do, no, we may as well do it now. I'm not going to get through. I have 40 cuts, dude.
Okay.
I don't know how we're going to get through them.
All right, well, let's start the cut sheet right now.
Cut 9. The crowd chants USA.
By the way, worked in the Bush administration, Egyptian American.
Elon wearing a hooded sweatshirt while everybody else has shirts, coats, and ties. So Elon's dressed like either Nick Kayal or John Fetterman.
Cut 10 here. This shows everybody that was there, like really super interested in watching it.
Yeah. But Jim Jordan was a big wrestling guy. He was a coach, wrestling coach.
YouTube.com/at1210WPHT. If you want to follow along with all the videos here.
Jim Jordan looks like every wrestling coach I ever saw in high school.
I was just going to say
doesn't
that
he?
he does, yeah.
You know, he just I'm surprised he doesn't have cauliflower ear.
Chewing gum.
Yeah. You can picture him with a sweatshirt and a whistle.
Lanky
Come on,
body,
fatty,
yeah.
you got to lose weight.
Yeah. Lanky body, absolutely no body fat on him.
Yeah.
It's
Jim
funny, though,
Jordan
right?
will grapple with you.
Oh, yeah.
Do you notice McCormick, who was also a wrestler and an Army captain, obviously, but Senator McCormick is seated. Dina and Mrs. McCormick, as well as Elon, they're all standing.
Right.
I got a kick out of the fact that Senator McCormick, he's like, I'm going to stay seated.
But he's a big wrestling guy as well.
Yes, he did. He was a wrestler himself, and he's a huge fan.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And Trump,
So-
Trump loves all the combat sports, wrestling, MMA, boxing.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. That place was pretty interesting. I mean, they were jammed. Penn State, big time. I mean, this state's a big wrestling state.
Yeah.
Yeah, for amateur wrestling.
Now, I'll just ask you this. When you heard those cheers, USA, could you hear anybody booing?
I heard a mix. I mean, I think
did?
I hear
Okay.
cheers and I hear the I don't know that it's necessarily boo, but maybe I guess when you mix the cheer with the boo, it's
'Cause they all the media, I'm looking at NBC, a few fans audibly booed, so I'm like, really?
No, I saw dumb tweets where people
Okay.
are saying Philadelphia is Trump country. I'm like, dude, Philadelphia's not. I mean, there's a base of Trump supporters, but Philadelphia is not Trump country.
Do 31 here, Phil. This was Second Lieutenant Wyatt Hendrickson, who was, I believe he won.
Yes, he's the one who beat Gable Stevenson.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the heavyweight match.
He salutes President Trump after
Yes, he does.
winning the NCAA Wrestling National
watch
Championship.
this.
Roll this.
Captain America.
Oklahoma State.
Captain America. Rob, I can't believe it. My jaw's on the floor.
And Trump gives a fist.
Yeah.
Fight.
Look at that.
I'm glad that he was the last
He hugs
match.
the president.
That's the last match.
Draped in a flag.
That's a main event.
Secret Service all around wearing their red ties.
That's like Commander-in-Chief. I'm very proud of that. He came here to support his troops. I put on a show for him. I won him that national title.
There you go.
That was, so imagine that if you are a Trumpaholic, you're a fan, he's your president, and then he shows up for your match and you win. Like, that's pretty cool.
And he's got a killer mustache, by the way.
He does. He does. I was just going to say that.
Solid stash work.
Yeah,
by that guy.
that is a solid.
It's kind of a porn star.
It is.
Stash.
Yeah, it's kind of kinky. I'm a little interested.
So we got that going on. I'll do one of our sponsors, Piazza Auto Group, sponsoring the big victory and Trump's big attendance at the Wells Fargo Center over the weekend. Porsche Delaware is excited to announce its newly expanded maintenance and reconditioning services, now offering care for classic Porsche in addition to general maintenance. So schedule an appointment online today, PorscheDelaware.com. This is big. This is PorscheDelaware.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring us. And Natural Lawn of America sponsoring our forecast. I think you're going to love it. Even though we're starting out pretty rainy today, if you look at this week ahead, we're in spring, and it's a lovely week forecast. So today we're 41 degrees, cloudy, kind of spitting rain, explaining some of the slipping and sliding and accidents for us. 58 degrees is the high today. But after we get through today, we're looking at a sunny stretch Tuesday, as Greg Stocker says, through Sunday. So 60 for your tomorrow, Wednesday 54, Thursday 53, all sunny skies or mostly sunny. 61 for your Friday. Then we begin this warm-up. 64 for Saturday, and Sunday 67 degrees. So, we're moving toward kissing 70 as we head into next week. And we are sponsored by Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer, safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn, making your lawn thrive naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn, get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. 800-FREE-SEED. Thank you, Natural Lawn of America, for sponsoring our forecast, this edition of Kalen and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. On the other side, we'll get into this conversation about cell phones in schools here in Pennsylvania. The headline, most Pennsylvania schools passed on money for lockable phone pouches. It's courtesy of the Philadelphia Inquirer. I've got some of the details coming up. I think we're going to disagree on this show a little bit as far as this story. But we've got about 2 or 3 minutes here. I just wanted to make a lifestyle admission. I am changing something in my life. And no, I'm not. No, I'm not quitting drinking, and no, I'm not going to quit betting on sports.
And no, you're not changing into a female.
That's correct.
Okay. Good.
I am officially done until further notice with going out to restaurants. Period. Moving forward.
Amen.
I'm done.
Why?
My girls, Saturday, we had a dance competition in Freehold, New Jersey. Hour and 40-minute drive. Wife, daughters, myself, my mother-in-law, father-in-law, my sister-in-law, and a couple of my wife's girlfriends.
All in the same vehicle?
No, separate vehicles. They came down from the Lehigh Valley. We met there in Freehold. And we went to, so it's at this little convention center, and they've got like this low-energy Golf Galaxy right next to it, and a low-energy like Dave & Buster's with a restaurant and a bar and a sports area and the whole bit. And I was completely checked out on sports because I was dialed into my girls on Saturday, but we had a big gap between my daughter's first performance and my other daughter's first performance. It was like 2.5 hours. So my wife, she stays with the girls, and they're all watching their teammates. I don't only watch my girls dance. If it's 2.5 hours in between, I got to find something to do. No offense to other kids out there or parents. I don't care about your kid. I only care about my kids. So we go to this sports bar, and I was oblivious to the college basketball starting at 12:30. My father-in-law, who's not a huge basketball fan, says, can we get the men's game on? Because the two TVs that we had in front of us were the women's tournament. So now you can label me a sexist as well.
There we go.
Because I was like, all right, let's get the women off. Even women don't watch women's basketball. So our server comes out, and I said to her, can we get the men's game on? It's on CBS. I pulled up my app on my phone.
Wait, and they have the women's game on?
They have the women's game on.
That's a bad look.
So I said, can we get the men's game? And she goes, I'll have to ask my manager. I said, okay, no problem. We put in our drinks. She comes back out. She gives us our drinks. Here's another reason why I'm boycotting restaurants. So there was a Coors Light that was ordered. There was a Bloody Mary and 2 IPAs for everybody at the table. She did not know the difference between the Coors Light and the IPA, gave it to the wrong person. That's a disaster in its own right. So I said, hey, it's been about 10 minutes. Can we get the men's game on? And she goes, all right, yeah, I'll see what I can do. She goes back. Food comes out. The dude brings out the food, one of the kitchen staff members. And I said to him, can we get the basketball game on channel? I don't know the number, but it's CBS. You have ESPN women on right now. I need men on CBS.
Men. I need to see men, damn it.
Long story short, an hour and 15 minutes goes by. The men's game never came on. We pay our tab. We leave. I'm done. If asking to change a channel is like solving and finding the cure for cancer, I'm not coming to your establishment. If your waitress doesn't know the difference between a Coors Light and a local IPA based on the color in the glass, I'm out on your establishment. And if it takes 10 minutes to get those drinks when the place is empty and there's 6 of you working, I'm out on your establishment. When did restaurants become such a disaster? And I don't want to hear understaffing anymore. Then pay them more.
No,
I'm done.
I will say that whenever that happens in the situation, that's training. Whoever owns and runs that restaurant, the owner was it a chain?
No, it was local. And I'm not in the business of outing local places.
Right.
I respect small businesses, but my God.
I would venture a bet that the owner was not there, but also it goes down to training. They've got to take time. Whenever you go to any restaurant, I mean, I was a server for years and years of my life,
Mm-hmm.
and we were trained so well. But also, and this is the hard part of being in the restaurant business, if you're the owner and you're not there, it's just the service is never going to be as good. You got to be there.
Don't they? There's no urgency. They're working on tips. They are going to be compensated based on, and this goes back to our tipping culture story that we talk about every 6 weeks when somebody writes a column on America's ridiculous tipping culture. You just assume you're getting 25% and you can lollygag around? I don't get it.
I will bet you as well, because you mentioned that they have a bus person or whatever brings out the food. I would put money on this, that at that establishment, all their tips go to one pool and everybody gets an equal share.
Yeah.
And that's a problem.
It's ridiculous.
'Cause when I was a server, I would never work for anybody.
Agreed.
If I had to do that.
It's server socialism.
It's server socialism.
That's what it is.
Yep. And when you have the server, capitalism,
yes,
you're going to upsell.
Right.
You want some dessert. You're going to know every cocktail because
Yes.
you're going to know the IP beer.
Bingo.
You know why? Because you're going to upsell.
Yep.
The IP beer, because they're going to pay more and they're going to want more.
If Stephanie got a 30% tip and Rob got a 10% tip, why do they have to meet in the middle and share that?
That's right.
It's ridiculous. 855-839-1210. All right, personal
Server
stuff aside.
socialism. that
Server
was good.
socialism. I'm done with it. All right, let's get to this story on the other side. I don't understand why schools are passing on this opportunity, especially in Pennsylvania, where we rank 40th out of 50 states in education. Kalen and Company. We're back after this.
We got to make the magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for more than 45 years and 60,000 homeowners. Yeah, Kitchen Magic's experts, they're going to guide you every single step of the way, from the free in-home design consultation to the top-notch installation. So whether you're interested in refacing or brand new cabinetry or complete makeover, your kitchen transformation is covered with high-quality American-made products. And your new kitchen is going to be as functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, you can enjoy an amazing 40% off installation. Just visit them, kitchenmagic.com. kitchenmagic.com, and get an unheard of 40% off the cost of installation. You're going to love Kitchen Magic. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com and tell them you heard about it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Orosine with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
$7:26, Kale and Company, rolling on here on a Monday morning. Kale, Don Stensland, Greg Stocker. What's on the cut sheet in just over 20 minutes? Harry Mays will join us coming up at 7:45. The reviews are in, and they are great. We're not talking about Snow White. We're talking about This Week in Music History as the debut episode of Phil Almquist.
That's right.
Aired on Saturday night at 11 p.m.
Yep. The debut episode of This Week in Music History.
VH1 has already reached out to Odyssey about simulcasting it.
So I got some inquiries because people wanted to listen to it on the rewind, like the next day.
Yeah.
And I know it wasn't, we couldn't do it this week.
What happened?
But I have to check and see because we play music. There might be copyright issues.
Oh.
So I don't know if it's going to be available on the rewind. So you're going to have to tune in live.
So Phil's whole show could be a flag operation.
Well, I have to see. So I'm going to do some deep digging.
All right. There you go.
By the way, what happened to his UConn Huskies?
Yeah, well, they covered. That's all that matters. And I took them with the points.
But
no three-peat.
I mean, they missed 21.
Yeah, they missed a lot of shots. Yeah, Florida said enough of that. Ron DeSantis was very happy with the Gators. But speaking of bad movie reviews, and we'll get to this cell phone story in schools here in a moment, critics are slamming the Snow White film as it's on track to be the lowest Disney live-action remake in studio history, by the way. According to Deadline.com, they came in around $43 million domestically, $87 million globally. But that's not good when the production cost was $270 million. Critics from Rolling Stone, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, all very critical. Rotten, I guess they no longer, is it no longer Rotten Tomatoes? Is it just Rotten now?
No.
Did they take away the tomatoes?
No, I think it's a Rotten Tomatoes.
Okay.
Maybe Rotten.com
That's it.
Is a different thing.
Okay. Rotten.com, I guess, 44% the number as far as the review. Not good. But, I mean, look, when you cast AOC and you have her out there waxing politically, it's not going to go over well with half of the country.
Can I ask a question? Like, this is all seriousness. I'm not going to see this movie. I don't care about seeing this movie. They didn't need to remake this movie.
I'm honestly surprised my daughters haven't asked me because they went and saw Wicked back around Thanksgiving.
But my question is why are so many people up in their feelings about it? Like, this movie wasn't, Nick, Kayal, this movie wasn't meant for you and I.
No, you're right.
You know what I mean? But there's a lot of white dudes commenting on it.
Yeah.
Commenting on it, but it really wasn't meant for us. It wasn't made for us.
But I think this goes to show, I have this, let me have them here. I asked for these last night. Here they are. So I have 3 different stories in regards to Disney in general with their remakes in their company. Spiked online, headline, Disney, a $1 billion casualty of woke. Daily Mail, woke Disney loses $900 million in recent box office flops as liberal agenda turns off moviegoers. And then The Sun, inside woke controversies ruining Disney's magic, from discriminating dwarf scandals to Prince Charming being canceled. Now, I found these last night, and I wanted to just make sure that I was not of the wrong impression, that it's not just one movie or a set of movies of classics, but these stories that I just mentioned, the source and the headlines, these all go back from 2024 through 2021. So the last handful of years, Disney just seems to be one of these companies that when they remake classics,
agreed,
or when they issue out new, what was the one we were talking about with Anthony Mackie? I know that's not Disney per se.
Captain America.
It
is.
Is it?
It is
okay.
Disney because it's Marvel.
Okay. I'm not like into the comics and the superheroes, so I don't know who creates and produces what from a production standpoint. But when you have these great typical box office blockbusters that delve into social and political commentary.
Agreed.
I just ask myself why, when the track record is out there of, that you're not paid to do that.
I agree with everything you're saying. And I have everything Disney touches and makes these days bombs. Yeah. So I have no.
And I feel bad for them because it doesn't have to be this way.
I have no dog in this fight.
Yep.
My only complaint is that when I go on Twitter, there's a lot of right-wing bros who are all up in their feelings about it.
Absolutely.
And I just felt like saying to him, like, dude, even if this movie sucks, it still wasn't made for you.
Correct.
Like, you're not going to see Snow White anyway. So who cares what your opinion is?
I think it's just when you sit there and you say, hey, if you're going to, now we'll just to go into Snow White specifically with Rachel Zegler, who thank God is not going to be doing Afternoon Drive with Michelle Obama here on 1210, because thankfully Rich pumped everybody up when we got to $115,000 for TMF. Great work, everybody. You can't just come out so Rachel Zegler on the red carpet leading up to this with all the media appearances. What is she doing? She's promoting her product. You cannot promote your product and expect it to go over well with the masses if you alienate half of the country, specifically when you came out and you basically, and I don't remember what she said specifically, but they twisted that, well, this is not about this is not about Snow White being in desire and need of a man. This is about women being strong, and we don't, and really what it came off to me as was the unmarried, childless liberal women out there that vote in the opposite direction of Trump supporters, which is fine, is your right to do, but it's this nasty negativity of toxic masculinity. And it goes back to the election when we were told as a straight white cis male that votes right of center that I am the definition of toxic masculinity. And you want to rebrand the modern day masculinity around guys like Tim Walz and Doug Emhoff. Now, I don't think people necessarily that are consuming Tim Walz or Doug Emhoff commentary are the biggest staunch viewers of Disney movies. But if you are a right-of-center father and your daughter might not be aware of this movie and you see these stories politically, are you giving your money to Rachel Zegler at the box office? My guess is you're not. So my big takeaway from all of this was the most predictable flop of all time. You shot yourself in the foot with probably 45% of people that would have purchased your product. Why would anybody in a consumer capitalistic society want to do that? I wouldn't want to do that. And I'm in a form of media that skews a certain way. But I still want Democrats to listen to my show. I would still love liberals and progressives to listen, even if it makes your blood pressure rise and you want to jump through the phone and strangle me. I'm not in the business of alienating the total gross ability of my product, right?
Yeah, I will. Just looking at the reviews of this, even the Huffington Post, HuffPost, which is a left-leaning, I think, publication, wrote Snow White is a strange hot mess. So it's not. I think part of this is yes, bad publicity that it became political and had an agenda. That was some of the publicity. But for a lot of people, I think the reviews on it are horrible. That they say that
it looks like a complete S show.
Yeah,
well, you can forget reviews. I mean, that's just words. Whether it's from some idiot on social media or a quote paid movie critic, from one of these major mainstream publications. The dollars and cents is really what matters. I mean, you spent and if you don't pop that first weekend, odds are your flick will not be a success. And you spend $270 million and drew $43 million. You don't have to be an economics major to realize you're upside down.
GQ007 on the YouTube chat says, Greg, newsflash, it's supposed to be made for families. Little kids don't go to the movies alone. Agreed. But I don't know what it was like, sir or ma'am, in your house growing up. But, my dad was not taking me to see Snow White. I mean, I wasn't going to see Snow White either because I was, manly. But I don't know a lot of dads sitting through Snow White.
No.
Honestly. You know, it's something that mothers take their daughters to.
Yeah.
So, again, the movie looked horrible. And Disney, every time they remake these things, they fall flat on their face because they try and do the new woke crap. But it's also seeing Clay Travis and a bunch of men weigh in on it. It's like, bro, it's not like you're not the target audience. Of course, you're not going to like it.
Right.
It's like when a bunch of dudes were commenting on the Barbie movie. You know what I mean? Like, again, not made for you.
Which that was, if I recall correctly, 2 summers ago. That was a resounding success, right?
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
I liked the Barbie. It had some weird points that went on too long, but it was overall good.
But they altered it, right? This was not the equivalent of the old school version.
In the original one, you have an evil stepmother, and the poisoned apple, and everybody knows what's going to happen. And Snow White falls asleep, and the prince comes and kisses her, and she wakes up, and it's her true love. Yay, it's all happy. In this one, there's not even a prince. Like what?
And there's no dwarfs, right?
Oh, you can't know.
Can't say
Come on.
that.
Come on, Kale. What's wrong with you?
But
Are you
there
insensitive?
But there are little people.
Yeah,
but
well,
they're not.
I am all for if you want to try to alter it. I mean, the Batman movies, perfect example. They're all kind of different. There's a different twist to Batman. There's a different twist to the Joker. Cesar Romero was not Jack Nicholson. Jack Nicholson was not Heath Ledger. Heath Ledger was not Joaquin Phoenix. But you can alter Snow White. You can alter Barbie. But when you socialize and politicize the plot line because of today's modern approach, you know what I think this really comes down to? I think a lot of these companies in the last 10 years, and this is where I think Stocker will agree, have seen what people say on social media and just assume that's the way everybody thinks or operates.
Yes.
So if you see 10% of social media super left-wing, you just make the assumption that 90% of Americans are
Trump.
left-wing or vice versa and hate Trump.
You're 100%
or
right.
if you, and this goes back to the big take of everybody in their tribal corners, if you only follow somebody like Clay Travis, you just think that the entire country is the opposite. And that's social media is not a real depiction of today's life.
Agreed.
It really isn't. So you as a business, and look, I don't give a damn one way or the other. If Bob Iger and Disney go belly up, I don't care. As long as I can still get football games on ESPN on a Saturday. For the rest of the Disney stuff, I don't really care. But like you would think that these companies would figure it out. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't want to be in the business of spending $270 million and then bringing back $43 million. I mean, I got to pay Rachel Zegler. I got to pay everybody else. You know, where's my cut? I'm upside down. It's a terrible investment. So
in this movie, the whole theme, apparently, as I look at this, she wants to become the fearless, brave, fair, true leader that her parents raised her to be. So the stepmother represents a fascist rule, and she wants to fight for the equity for all villagers. I'm not making this up.
There's that word.
Looking equity.
Yeah.
But she's not really, she feels kind of hopeless because she's being forced to wash the floors and do laundry. Then she meets Jonathan, who's stealing potatoes, and he's basically a thief, but he's a leader of the Merry Men-esque band of the bandits who live in the woods. And he inspires her a little bit or empowers her, whatever. And so now she's taking on the world to become more equitable. And this is not because she's beautiful, even though she is. It's because she's kind.
do you think a 7-year-old
nice.
knows what equity is?
No.
Or equitable?
But this is like a disaster. This is what's like, what?
It was destined to fail. And everybody
all
predicted
political.
it. Yep.
By the way, between castrated deer and Snow White, this is a very beta show today.
It is very. It's a Beta Monday, folks.
I have to admit,
We canceled Manic Monday with Beta Monday.
But you know, when you go with your kids to see something, or maybe you're going with your grandkids, and you go
Just
and
entertain
hopefully
us.
they have like a glass of wine. It's one of the and you just want to sit there and be mildly entertained, and they're entertained, and they're not asking like, what's equity? Why is Snow White? You know what I mean? Like, you want everybody to be entertained.
It's the equivalent of turning on the Colbert Show and he brings his wife out to talk about abortion. What the hell are we doing here?
It's like, oh my goodness.
Oh my! Can you just stay in your lane and do what works, or don't do what works and fail? I don't care. 855-839-1210.
Cut sheet next.
Harry Mays with the cut sheet. Well, it's Greg Stocker's cut sheet, but Harry likes to jump aboard the bandwagon,
It's
so
not,
we let him.
It's not Greg Stocker's cut sheet. It's the cut sheet that we have contributors to.
That's true. By the way,
I just created it.
Phil and I do spend a lot of time contributing to the cut sheet. Lots of emails Phil and I sending out.
I know. That's why I have 40 cuts.
I know. I'm going to stop sending them so you have 22. It's better. All right, we'll get back to that on the other side. Stocker is ready to go on my favorite edition of the cut sheet, a Monday installment, and it is up next.
So I've got my write-up, and this is why Natural Lawn of America is so great. You get, a handwritten write-up left on your door. It's all personalized, but I need some grub. I need some help with grubs like little bugs, not grub as in food. So that's I'm going to sign up for the Safer Grub Control at Natural Lawn of America. So here's the thing, seriously, if you're choosing your lawn care company, right now is the time to choose because we're in spring. Doesn't it just make sense? You would hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family, for your kids or grandkids, for the pets. And that's why my husband and I, we did our homework on this one. And we chose Natural Lawn of America years ago. That's our lawn care company for our home, for our yard. At Natural Lawn, here's what they believe in. They believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without all those harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and your pets. From the organic fertilizers to the safer weed and insect controls, they're going to make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. You don't have to take my word for it. Join the growing number of homeowners switching to Natural Lawn's safer services. You can start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn that you can be proud of. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full service program. That's what I have, but it really is customized to you, to your needs, to your lawn. But I have the full service program today. Get your free seeding every year. If you want that greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn, 800-FREE-SEED, 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so call the best. Choose my lawn care company for years now. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on a conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Sign up for a free educational seminar now. Call 855-415-ROTH. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Looking to unlock your savings potential? With the First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account, you can earn as high as 3.25% annual percentage yield. Or check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Important Medicare news. Doge chief Elon Musk says all government spending is up for review, and the House plans to cut $800 million in health care costs. These cuts could hit Medicare and Medicaid. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, revealing the real Medicare crisis. Over 65 million people depend on Medicare, and Rob Finnerty says hardworking Americans that paid for it should get their full Medicare coverage. This week in his series Medicare in Crisis, Rob Finnerty looks at Medicare and why it faces bankruptcy. Big changes are ahead for Medicare. You need to watch Rob Finnerty tonight. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems, or download the free Newsmax app on your phone now. Millions are switching to Newsmax because we're fighting for you.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
I'm on my way, I'm making it. I've got to make it show, yeah. So much larger than life. I'm gonna watch it growing.
Mustard. It's Kalen and Company. 7:47 live on a Monday morning. Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Harry Mays joining us for the first edition of the Cut Sheet of the Week. Harry, how you doing, buddy?
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning,
did you
sir.
take the girls to see Snow White this weekend?
No. I had to do another
No.
facade called Dance Season. That's a different story for a different day. I'm gonna boycott that as well. Greg Stocker, let's get to it. I know we have a lot of juicy clips. I saw this last night and I said, I've got a thought on every one of these clips. Let's do it.
That's good.
On the Cut Sheet!
All right, let's start right with Margaret Brennan, the Face the Nation, had Trump National Security Advisor Mike Walls on, you know, the big talking point now is that it seems to me, and the Trump administration is brilliant for doing this, because they're painting the media and liberals in a corner where they're now defending gang members. Like, it is, I don't know, like, due process. What about due process?
They have put them in such a bad predicament that they're defending gang members and revolting against their once beloved Tesla vehicles.
Well, Margaret Brennan is actually forced to say, nobody's defending gangs. Nobody's defending gangs. But some of the people that we deported, one was a woman, the other was not even from El Salvador or something like that.
Well, we had the local story in Jersey at the Turkish kebab restaurant where the wife was maybe, they went too far or they made a mistake or, Dawn had those stories and the follow-ups for weeks.
All right, let's roll this.
You are saying you have evidence
We are saying
that the government of Venezuela is directing
we are
these
saying
gangs?
that TDA is acting as a proxy of the Maduro regime. This is how the Alien and Sedition Act applies. And we cannot have district judges interfering with the commander-in-chief's actions to take care of, in the way he deems necessary, a terrorist organization.
So the U.S. is at war
and I
with
got to tell you,
Venezuela?
we can debate on Article 2, Article 3. That's a fair debate. However, in this case, the commander-in-chief, President Trump, is taking decisive action to rid our communities of these gangs that are operating in a paramilitary fashion, and that we know Maduro is deliberately emptying his prisons in a proxy manner to influence and attack the United States.
But that's so different.
That's how.
The U.S. is not at war with the country of Venezuela. I know the Attorney General said on another network she thinks this is going to go to the Supreme Court.
Sure, that's
you
fine.
wanna
But
have this
no, but
fight.
Margaret, we have instances where the IRGC from Iran have operated to buy with and through Mexican cartels to then bomb facilities here in the United States. We've taken decisive action in that regard. We're going to take decisive action in this regard. And we're making a Washington, D.C. distinction when the American people are tired of being terrorized by these gangs.
No one is defending gangs, but
But it sounds like it. It certainly sounds like it from the Democrats on the other side. And it sounds like in the case of this judge that wanted to turn a flight around full of gang members that had intelligence packets
There was
that
a
had determined
woman
what they're
sent
doing.
to a man's prison.
Oh, Mo,
and
heaven
El
forbid.
Salvador said no.
I mean,
so it's the question
Look,
of if you
I
are
can't speak to
suspending
those
the
individual
ability to
details
have
if
a
you
day
want
in
to.
court, that you get the list right.
But
right? But you can verify that these people are gang members.
Look, every one of them were here illegally.
Yeah,
so first of all, we had every right and should deport every one of these individuals. Yeah. If you want to make a special case for one, that's fine. But underlying that is the Alien Act that has determined that Commander-in-Chief has the absolute authority to do this.
All right, so
she's got nothing.
A couple of things.
She's got nothing.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
And there's a producer in her ear, like basically telling her to fight him on whatever point, because that's the only way they survive.
Yeah, fight.
It's so great.
Instead of facing the nation, Margaret, why don't you just face the wall?
Yeah.
All right, just sit this one out. TDS is such a volatile disease that it leads to you defending TDA, which is Tren de Aragua.
Right.
That's embarrassing.
They don't realize they're walking like directly into this trap too. I mean, they're on cable or on these Sunday morning shows defending gangs, defending us, deporting gangs.
I mean, that's what strikes me. Why not ask about, for example, ask for numbers. You've got the source there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ask for the numbers and say, since we've seen self-deportations, since we've seen all of this crackdown, have you seen a decrease in the latest crime stats that, quite frankly, we don't have access to that real-time information? Also, why are these other countries, why are they now dealing with you guys, with the United States government, when they said they would not take in these people? There's a lot of information that you can
do some journalism.
Right.
Yeah.
Get some information.
Dawn, you
You've
need
got
to
the
be on that
source.
show.
I was just going to say that because Dawn knows the inner workings of these networks. She's had a lot of, I'm talking about Margaret Brennan, she's had a lot of bad looks in the last couple of months, whether it was the dust up with Rubio, the battle with J.D. Vance, and there's a lot of people that are speculating, and again, it's social media speculation. Is Margaret Brennan the next big contract to get whacked from the mainstream media?
Oh, wow.
I mean,
Dawn, you need to be on that show. That would be terrific.
Thank you, but here's the thing.
No, we need Dawn here.
Here's the thing. I think any of us could think of better questions to ask, and that's why all of their ratings are tanking. Because you can't help but watch that and think, wow, you're not asking one question about the fact that you had like these bad gangbanger people who came to this country illegally, and they're wreaking havoc, and you can't think of one question to ask.
Well, it's probably because the answers to those good questions that you want asked are successful, like indicate success, and they just will not allow it.
No, they will not.
And
that's it.
The talking point keeps going back to the fact of, well, we're not at war with Venezuela. No, but maybe we should be. No, in all seriousness, no, but we're at war with gangs coming into this country. That's what we're at war with.
It was an invasion.
Yes. So, stop with this. Well, we're not at war. Technically, we're not at war with it. Stop with the rule of law says F it.
And it's amazing. She's a lady, and she's not even cognizant of or willing to admit publicly that there's countless women in this country that are being sexually assaulted, raped, and murdered by people that if we were tough on, they wouldn't be here in the first place.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. All right, let's go over to ABC This Week with John Carl, where he had on Tom Homan. He says, kind of piggybacking off of what Margaret Brennan says, he says that the illegal aliens being sent to in El Salvador prison, one of them is not a gang member because he claims his tattoos are actually his favorite soccer team. So now...
Can we say illegal aliens on this show?
We can say whatever we want to, as long as it's within FCC rules.
All right.
Yeah, no cursing and you're good. Yeah. Unlike Bruno, who decides to curse after we tell people not to curse, after we hit the dump button.
Yeah.
Well, he's Italian. He just gets carried away.
I roll 39, Phil.
Let me ask you one specific example, and there are many. But one specific example is somebody that was on one of those flights. His name is Jersey Reyes Barrios. He is was a professional soccer player in Venezuela, and his lawyer says that he was caught up in this because he had a tattoo that he said was chosen because it is a tattoo that is similar to the logo of his favorite soccer team, Real Madrid. It says he's got no criminal record whatsoever and has never been a gang member. Now that person is now apparently in that prison in El Salvador with no ability now to contact his lawyer, no rights as far as they can tell, no rights at all to defend himself or prove his innocent. I mean, what happens to somebody like that?
Well, look, they can make those claims, and of course we have information that says the complete opposite. A member of TDA, affiliated with TDA, which again,
will you release that information?
It's a terrorist organization.
Will you release the information?
Look, that's going to be that would be litigated in the courts with this judge. I'm not going to get into every specific case because there's 260 cases. We got to count on the men and women who do this every day for a living, who designated these people as members of TDA through, like I said, various law enforcement methods. This will be litigated, but as of right now, I've been assured by the highest levels in ICE that every one of these members, every one of these men is one of those members of TDA. There's going to be more litigation on this case, I'm sure. But what was done by the Trump administration was exactly in accordance with federal law, again, enacted by Congress and signed by the President. We're not making this up. We're enforcing laws around the books.
See, he's a soccer player. He's a soccer player, guys.
The mainstream media.
So is El Chapo.
He
was a Real Madrid fan.
Yeah.
Is that a Tottenham Hotspur tattoo, or are you a gangbanger?
Chelsea.
Yeah,
Chelsea.
So we've reached a point where the mainstream media will believe a defense attorney and somebody that's here illegally with a tattoo that says the tattoo is not what you think it is. And even if it is what the defense claims it is, let's just say that Trump and Homan and Kristi Noem, let's say of all the bad people that they've rounded up or all the people here illegally, let's say they're 95% accurate and they have a 5% fail rate.
That's good enough for me.
It's good enough for me. This is like the equivalent of you complaining about hitting 64% of your sports bets. That's a great success rate. Quit your bitching.
But it's not 66. So
but it's not 66.
Fell a little short.
Yeah. God.
Speaking of the judges, they get into that because there's all these federal judges that are trying to stop this. 40, roll it.
I'm joined now by the Trump administration's border czar, Tom Homan. Mr. Homan, thank you very much for joining us. I want to start with something you said last week that caused a big stir. You said, I quote, "I don't care what judges think." Now, I know you have since said that the administration will abide by court orders. We heard Donald Trump say the same thing. So what do you mean when you say, "I don't care what judges think"?
No, I don't care what that judges think as far as this case. We're going to continue to arrest public safety threats and national security threats. We're going to continue to deport them from the United States. I understand this case is in litigation through the Alien Enemies Act, and we'll abide by the court order as litigated. But my quote was, despite what he thinks, we're going to keep targeting the worst of the worst, which we've been doing since day one, and deporting from the United States through the various laws on the books. We're not making this up. The Alien Enemies Act was actually a federal law. It's a statute enacted by Congress and signed by the President. Now, that's under litigation. But put that aside, we still have Title VIII authority to remove illegal aliens from the United States, and we're going to continue to concentrate on those who are the biggest threat to our communities, the public safety threats.
But you're going to abide by court orders as long as, and go through your appeals process, but you are not going to defy those orders.
No.
Right, and that's what the appellate process is created for. You do your job based on the way you think you're allowed to do the job, based on the laws that are on the books and the acts that you can enact to execute the duties of your job. And if one of these unelected, appointed 600-plus federal district judges believe you are overstepping your bounds, they put an injunction in, you appeal it, and then eventually it goes all the way up to the highest court. That's the way it works.
Which takes a lot of time.
Yes, true.
That's the problem.
And resources.
And
yes.
resources, correct. And it's essentially like a judicial coup what's going on here.
Yep.
And remember, they are running out of money, right? So a piece of this is the cheapest, most expeditious way to carry this out.
Yep.
The way that they're doing it.
Boston Mayor, speaking of the illegal immigration thing, Boston Mayor Michelle Wu, this is cut 4, Phil, doubles down. Remember we played that clip a couple weeks ago where that lunatic was shot by police officers.
The off-duty cop,
yes,
right?
Yeah, because he was going after people or something like that. And the police commissioner, and another official all were apologizing and heartbroken about the
condolences for the
scumbag that was killed.
For the victim.
Well, now she's doubling down on giving sanctuary to criminal illegal aliens. Cut 4.
We stand with immigrants. You belong here.
Oh, God.
Somos una ciudad de inmigrantes.
Yeah.
Boston doesn't back down. We are a city where the Irish coffee is strong and our opinions are stronger. We may not always agree or see eye to eye, but at the end of the day, we are a family. If you come for one of us, you will get all of us.
I'm trying to find out the answer to this question. I'm looking right now. When's the last time Boston had a Republican mayor? Because that lady has to go. And if a Republican can't win Boston, find a common sense Democrat. The slogan should be, "We don't want woo."
Before you guys debate this,
But she went to Harvard.
I want to throw one more fact into this whole thing. Well, she's sitting here saying Boston, we bring in,
we won't back down.
We won't back down. This was a tweet from Bill Maloogian over the weekend. CBS News looked into the ICE Boston claims that illegal aliens charged with child rape are repeatedly being released from jail with ridiculously low bail. Mm-hmm. They found that, yes, they are, including the following in recent months. A Guatemalan charged with 3 counts of aggravated child rape released on a $7,500 bail. A Guatemalan charged with aggravated child rape, victim age 9 or below, released on $7,500 bail. Honduran charged with assault to rape and mass armed robbery, released on his own recognizance with $0 bail. And Worcester County had 2 illegal alien inmates charged with child rape. Both received $500 bails. Another was charged with fentanyl trafficking and released on $4,000 bail before ICE could arrive. So that is what this city is welcoming in. I'm just telling you.
That's what she stands for.
That's what she stands for.
And by the way,
CBS News did that investigation too, by the way.
Almost 100 years since Boston's had a Republican mayor.
Is that right?
Almost 100 years.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Yeah. You get what you know what? That's what you get. Serves you right.
My God.
Cut 12 here, Phil. Big news over the weekend. An American held by the Taliban since 2022 arrives back in the United States after being released. Roll this.
Fox News alert: an American held by the Taliban for more than 2 years is right now live. Joint Base Andrews, back on American soil. Another victory for our country. Another victory for President Trump, a promise kept, and his administration. George Glesman walked off the plane to a hero's welcome. He was from Atlanta originally, traveled to Afghanistan in December 2022. He was detained by the Taliban's intelligence service, but was never charged with any crime or offense. The State Department declared him a wrongful detainee in 2023. Secretary of State Marco Rubio thanked Qatar for facilitating the negotiations to bring Glesman home. Welcome home to this American who is now among us. And
I believe that was Harris Faulkner on Friday, because my sources told me once this guy returned to Atlanta on Saturday and saw the hellhole it's become, he went back to Afghanistan.
But you won't see that on CBS News, I
No.
bet.
And maybe this is a bad job out of me. I did not know that we still had any Americans being detained over there.
What did we have to give up in exchange? Anything?
Hopefully the WNBA.
That league is thriving, Nick Kayal.
Did you hear Nick complaining, Harry, about the fact that he went to a bar with his in-laws and they were playing the WNBA college championships instead of the
the women's college?
Yeah,
that's on ESPN, I believe.
Yeah.
Is that right? I didn't hear that.
He tried to get it changed to the men's game, and
3 times I asked, and they could not actually deliver on a simple request.
What, they couldn't figure out the remote, or
I
what
was
channel
told I
it
need
was
to ask.
on?
I have to ask the manager. Let me talk to the manager. I'll see what I can do. Waitress.
I just asked for the remote in that instance. I'm like, just give me the remote. I'll figure it out.
You always go to the bartender.
I've done that so many times.
Yes, Dawn is correct. Dawn is correct. Waitresses and servers do not control that. The bartenders do.
Right.
You are 100% correct with that. Nick, that was your mistake. You should have gone to the bartender.
Go directly to the bartender, tip the bartender.
Yep.
Buy your drink from them, tip the bartender, and get them to change the channel.
Okay.
My advice.
Cut 21 here, Phil. So we had, if you tuned into the 13-hour radiothon, we had on Friday for the Travis Manion Foundation. By the way, for those of you who will rise late or Harry may not have heard this, we raised $115,000 at $115,953. So that's the total that we raised for the Travis Manion Foundation.
Oh, that's terrific. Friday. Is that a new record?
It is a new record. It is a new record for 1210 WPHT. We go up every year, but since we started this 8 years ago, it's like far and beyond the amount that we've raised in the past. So thank you to everybody who donated. Thank you to everybody who listened.
It was the best ever.
Yeah, it was a great day. We had Kane, Glenn Jacobs, the mayor of what town in
Tennessee?
Knox County, Tennessee.
Yeah. Basically Knoxville.
Yep. So he was on. So if you heard any of the show on Friday, Tim Walz said that he could kick any Trump supporter's ass in a WWE style match. So Kane, who is a former WWE wrestler, said, I see that, and I'll. Everybody's saying, like, for charity now, $10,000 for charity if this match happens, Kane versus Tim Walz.
I'll throw in another 10 as well.
He was on
$10. That is.
He was on News Nation over the weekend where he laid the challenge down to Tim Walz. Got 21.
Mayor now of Knox County, Tennessee. Is Tim Walz a worthy opponent for you?
No, he's not. But he threw down the gauntlet, so I had to pick it up.
All right. And this is now a challenge?
Yes. When Governor Walz said that he could kick most Trump supporters' rears, in a WWE-style match, actually, I figured that, well, I mean, I may as well call him on that. If you're going to say something like that, you have to expect someone's going to take up the challenge. So I challenged him to a charity wrestling contest.
Have you heard back?
I have not at this point. And that's unfortunate because I already have a corporate title sponsor. I'm serious about this. Lots of people have pledged money. I figure we could raise several $100,000 with this event, and it would all go to charity. We'd split the gate 50-50. Half would go to my charity, half would go to his. So it's a great opportunity, actually, to have some fun, but then also to benefit a great cause.
Okay, so I'm a golfer. I never really watched wrestling, forgive me, but that probably doesn't come as a surprise to anybody.
Yeah, look at
but in that sense, like in golf, you have handicaps, right? For better golfers, they have to give strokes to the worst golfers.
Sure.
Would it be fair that like you'd have to do this with one hand tied behind your back or something?
Yeah, we could figure out some sort of stipulation to even the odds a little bit, because I think that he would be facing a huge uphill battle. I think he's about 6'1" and 230 pounds. I'm legitimately 6'8" and still about 300 pounds. And he does not have the pedigree that I have in combat sports. So, yeah, and look, I mean, I'd be open to that. We can have some negotiations about what kind of contest that he would feel comfortable that he could at least survive, I guess.
It's amazing.
I'm telling you right now.
Terrific idea.
I would buy that pay-per-view. I would
Me
whatever
too.
I have to do to watch that.
Me too.
You're talking about a guy who has choke slammed Linda McMahon, a guy who's been in the ring with Trump, and now to see, could you imagine? We're going to get in the weeds here for all the wrestling fans, Stalker and Harry. Could you imagine Kane giving the tombstone pile driver to Tim Walz?
That'd be amazing.
Social media, X would go down and crash.
That's not Undertaker's move?
It is his move, but they both use it.
Here's the thing, is that Kane is such a professional, and we all know wrestling is scripted. I don't say fake because it's absolutely not fake.
Well, the guy on News Nation probably thinks it's real.
These guys put their bodies through hell. But Kane, Glenn, would protect him so well in this. Like he would not. Tim Walz would not hurt a hair. He would not get a hair hurt on his body. No, honestly.
Yeah.
No.
I want to be on the undercard though.
Yeah, who
I'm gonna take on Chuck Schumer in the undercard. Okay, wouldn't that be great?
We'll get to Chuck Schumer.
Harry Mays
in
and
one
Chuck
second.
Schumer.
I love it. Let's book this, shall we? Can we book this?
Yeah, let's do it. I'm all in.
By the way, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching all of these videos, you're following along at home or at the workplace or wherever you are, please hit that like button. I see a lot of people watching, not a lot of likes. So please hit that like button, smash that like button, and also hit the subscribe button if you can. Make sure you're subscribing to the YouTube channel.
By the way, I want Harry Sisson in a steel cage.
13. That guy's a creep, isn't he? Shocking, I know. Some social media influencer would not, be.
What, guys always
most
message girls in their DMs.
Tim Walz now says that he was only joking when he celebrated Tesla stock going down.
Oh,
so
because he realized it was bad?
No, well, now that he realizes their investment fund for the teachers, and the judges, and the cops is invested in that idiot.
He's a dope. He doesn't even know he's hurting his own cause's bottom line.
This was part of his book tour, I guess it was, because he's out on tour now, Harry. I don't know if you know that.
Of course.
And once that book bombs, he'll do a podcast.
Yeah.
Roll it.
Hey, don't.
This guy bugs me in a way that is probably unhealthy, and but I have to be careful about being a smartass. I was making a joke. These people have no sense of humor. They are the most literal people, But my point was they're all mad, and I said something I didn't probably shouldn't have about a company. He is agreed. So I make the case. They're all butthurt about the Tesla thing, but they don't care the disrespect they have shown to employees at the Minneapolis VA who care for our veterans, and they fire them.
Oh, we just stopped it? It was like 30 seconds left in there.
I choose when we stop.
So we're butthurt over Tesla? No, we're not butthurt over a protest or you saying, I couldn't care less what you say about Elon Musk. But you talk about democracy and violence, and you talk about January 6th, every chance you get, yet you are basically still advocating for, because you haven't denounced the burning of Teslas. And this guy, there's another admission. Remember back on the campaign tour in September when he was like, well, I have a tendency to misspeak, and my wife corrects me, and I'm just a goof, and I'm just a guy. Yeah. So another one of these moments. He could go down, I'm not even kidding when I say this, the worst vice presidential nominee of all time. Mm-hmm. That was the guy that Kamala Harris chose, that she thought he could bring in middle America.
Right. And I'm thankful that she chose him.
I am too. Actually. Please run again.
Terrific choice.
Run it back in 2028.
In fact, I think he should be the lead candidate in 2028.
Yeah. The fact that he says they're all butthurt, no. He's saying this and basically doing, let's not forget, he's basically doing a retraction because more than 1 million Minnesotans own Tesla shares in their retirement funds. And so he looked like an idiot when he's celebrating the fact that all these Minnesotans could lose out. And then on top of it, you have all the vandalism and the fires going on and basically domestic terrorism. No, that was a retraction.
It's mostly peaceful, though, Dawn.
Yeah. That was a retraction that he was trying to be funny during a retraction. I don't think it plays well.
And I love him, of all people, on behalf of the far left, talking about not being able to take a joke. The left, comedy is on the right now. It's amazing how back in the day it was the conservatives that found nothing funny and were always in their feelings and butthurt over everything. Nowadays, you make a crack about a dwarf, you're going to lose your job. The left, how dare you?
I still say midget.
We should have midget wrestling at
midget wrestling. That should be on the undercard too.
Yeah.
Get a couple of midgets and wrestle.
Sky Low, I think was his name.
Yep.
All-time great midget wrestler.
Not Ski-Lo.
Ski-Lo. That was a bad song from the 90s.
Harry mentioned Senator Chuck Schumer. I think this was from Thursday night, but because we had the radiothon, we didn't get to a lot of the cut sheet on Friday. So the ones I thought were newsworthy, I kept over for the Monday edition. Senator John Kennedy, both of your favorite senators, was on
he's awesome.
Hannity commenting on Chuck Schumer, and he had this descriptive thing to say about Chuck Schumer.
I don't know. I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking that Chuck's days may be numbered, just like Jimmy Kimmel.
Sean, I don't hate anybody. That includes Senator Schumer. He's very smart. On the other hand, Chuck's often wrong. He never makes the same mistake twice. He makes it 5 or 6 times just to be sure. But this time he got it right in supporting our efforts to keep government open. Unless a football coach taught you history, you understand that shutting government down never achieves anything. It just scares people, especially the elderly. Having said that, many Democrats are angry at Schumer. Among them right now, we've all seen the news. He's about as popular as chlamydia. But that to me says as much about the Democratic Party as it does about Senator Schumer. What it tells me is that the loon wing of the Democratic Party is firmly in control.
Well, Harry, if there was if you had any issue with Schumer, whatever's left of him now that Kennedy dispatched him, you're going to mop the floor with him in the undercard.
Absolutely. Now, Kennedy needs his own show.
He does. He does.
He is terrific.
Yeah. We have a sister station down there in Louisiana. I think it's WWL.
Yes.
If that program director, and I believe I know him, if that program director is a smart guy, and I know he is, he should hire him for Morning Drive.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm telling you, we have
Awesome.
to do.
Yeah.
I've been advocating for this. Now that I know we have a connection, we need to touch base with this WWL brand manager. We need to have Kennedy up here for a pint in politics. I'm telling you,
awesome.
that would be hysterical.
Agreed.
Oh, my God. By the way, although I do have a complaint. I mean, what's up with Kennedy's eyeglasses?
The red.
You don't like those?
Is that the Keith Olbermann collection or the Mike Missinelli collection? I'm just trying to figure out where that's a bad look. That's the TV.
Wow.
That's Rosie O'Donnell glasses right there. That's a bad look.
I thought he looked good.
Yeah.
Fashion's, I guess, subjective.
2 guys probably shouldn't weigh in on this. Dawn, what's your take on the red glasses?
Well, he probably has some kind of a saying about their, red. I don't know. They're probably MAGA red. They're probably, you know what I mean? Red, little red, white, and blue. I don't know.
I like omelets.
With my red glasses.
Chuck Schumer's as
popular as chlamydia.
You guys mentioned what's happening right now with Tesla dealerships. Apparently, if you're driving a Tesla now, anywhere, you're the target.
You're a target?
This is a news story. This is cut 11, Phil. This is a news story from Seattle, from Fox 13. A woman driving a Tesla gets cut off and stopped in the middle of the road and told to sell her, quote, Nazi car.
Oh.
Can you imagine you're just driving, you're just trying to get, take your kids to school, and some lunatic.
You're concerned about the environment.
Yeah, it's some lunatic stuff. Like, these people need to be
Seattle used
deported.
to be, yeah.
Well, no,
Deported.
I hope that she called 911 and got video evidence of the person who was violating the law.
Seattle used to be a safe space for Teslas.
There is, because this made the news. So roll the news clip just a little bit.
Cut off and berated, and it was all captured on camera. And the woman that was driving said the man that did all this was angry because she was driving a Tesla.
Oh, yeah.
As Fox 13's Alejandra Guzman explains, that woman was just trying to get to a doctor's appointment. She has the latest from South Lake Union outside of the Tesla showroom.
This encounter has left this mother pretty shaken up. She's just grateful that things didn't escalate physically. At the same time, though, she's afraid to drive her car anywhere, as we're seeing a growing number of incidents targeting Tesla owners, not just here locally, but nationwide.
I was thankfully by myself. Lee was on the way to a doctor's appointment in Linwood Wednesday morning when she says all of a sudden a driver behind her just laid on the horn as they came up to a red light.
A young petite female.
Out of control when a white SUV followed her and cut her off, stopping
Is that
in
an
the
SUV?
middle of the road.
Gets out and walks straight up to my door.
Look at this guy.
Window.
Yeah. He's
So
an
I cracked my
unemployed
window.
barista.
They said,
Has a
what,
full
what
mask
is
on.
the problem?
Wearing
He
a
goes,
hunting
you need
jacket.
to sell your car. This is a Nazi car. You're driving it. You need to sell your car.
Lee says she's been driving a Tesla for the last 2 years. She says a man wearing a camouflage jacket and a ski mask attacked her for it.
It's really sad, that this is what's happening to people who honestly,
it doesn't affect how I believe or what I believe.
Mhm.
It's just the car I drive. Being
Yeah.
in Seattle, it was climate's important, our footprint's important. This seemed like the right move for our very busy family.
This, however, isn't the first incident or act of vandalism reported. We've seen attack after attack after attack. Teslas set ablaze at the Las Vegas Service Center earlier this week, with the culprit leaving behind the word resist. In Oregon, shots were fired at a dealership, and in Massachusetts, charging stations were torched. These incidents have only intensified since CEO Elon Musk has taken a prominent role in the Trump administration.
There you go.
I mean, what are they resisting, by the way?
By the way,
You know
here's
what I
the
mean?
thing. This happened to me with a guy at the bank. I don't know what his problem was, but I almost ran him over.
You should've.
Should've.
And for her, she had plenty of room. Either whether she could have gone to the right, but don't sit there and wait for a mask and the big guy with most of his face covered in a big black ski mask thing coming at you.
Yep.
Honey, don't sit there. Drive.
I would've shot him.
toward him
I
or
would've shot him.
drive to the side, whatever.
Yeah.
Don't sit there like a sitting duck because she didn't know what he was going to do.
And I'm just going to venture to
right.
guess that this lady's not a Trump supporter.
No, she-
Probably not.
She was talking about her carbon footprint, and I'm like,
Yeah.
you know, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
that,
I
like,
try not to judge
Greg-
everybody a book by its cover, but yeah, she doesn't strike me as a staunch conservative. And this
Greg
dope-
would have
Well, she
shot
might
him
be
for
now.
passing illegally.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
I just want.
crazy.
There's a guy who put a machine gun on the front of his car. Did you guys see that?
It's like a Gatling gun.
I want that.
That's you.
I 100% want that.
Bruno wanted that 10 years ago.
Go through
A Gatling gun.
go through traffic like Rambo. Oh, it's awesome.
Yeah. That'll clear out 76.
But you
So
do
wait,
have the right.
let's
You
not
have the
bury
right
this.
to defend yourself.
Dawn, this happened to you? When did this happen?
This guy, I don't know. I
But you're
was
not a
like,
Tesla
No,
driver.
this was in a bank parking lot, and I have no idea. Like, there are crazy people out there, and if somebody gets out of their vehicle because of, I have no idea if he thought I was somebody else, whatever. You don't know.
Well, do you have any Trump stickers on your vehicle?
Yeah, I might. Maybe it was political. It might have been like a Trump or a MAGA or something. Maybe
Okay.
that was what it was. But it doesn't matter. It does not matter. I almost ran over the guy. I just went around him.
Yeah.
But to get out of your vehicle in front of somebody and stop and then come around, it's like, dude, I'm not waiting
It's like
around
a road
for you.
rage.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
really
they
is.
could
it's
have
actually
a gun.
it's really interesting. I've had the Ridgeline from Piazza for coming up on 2 years next month, and
It's
I've
a quality vehicle.
It is, and I've had
Yeah.
the Trump Take America Back 2024 sticker on the back of my bumper. I've only ever had at one time at the chiropractor's office. I had this guy that was shouting, and I thought he was making a joke, and then I realized he was serious. But he was going up the steps, and I had already got my adjustment. But for the most part, I've never had any negative pushback to the Trump sticker. In fact,
You used to have two of them on
I
there.
did, but the one started to peel off, so I took it
Okay.
off. It was a bad look. So
Yeah.
I took it off. But even at my girls' dance studio out in Collegeville, I've had moms come up to me in the parking lot and they say it on the down low. And I saw this lady. She was probably 48, and she's walking up to my window, and it was in the winter. And I had my windows up, so I rolled the window down thinking she's either going to yell at me or she's got something snippy to say. And she goes, "Hey, just wanted to let you know, love the bumper sticker." So I actually
Isn't that
feel bad,
awesome?
and I've never really been harassed for the most part. But these Tesla people are dealing with things far worse than a Trump bumper sticker.
Well, this
You have a right. You have a right.
Of course
to
you do.
Stand your ground and defend yourself.
Yep.
Well, you guys are going to love this video. Get on over to YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this. This is cut 25, Phil. This is a grown man, by the way, in Wichita, Kansas, okay? And when you see this man, he's a grown man wearing, I believe it's Lilo and Stitch. You know
It's a kid's show.
Lilo. He's
What's
wearing
that?
he's wearing pajama pants with Lilo and Stitch on them.
Yeah, so he's got a mental health issue.
And he keys somebody's Tesla.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Roll this video. You can't. It's visual, but look at this.
Yep.
Look at this. Look at this.
Now, see, here's my question though with all of this, and I know these are happening because we've seen Tesla's
And
torched.
flip flops.
Yeah.
And the flip flops, I can't ridicule that. But
how is that being? Who's recording and catching this?
Bro,
That seems like a stunt.
Bro, Teslas are walking surveillance cameras.
Oh, they are?
Everything.
Oh, they
everything.
are?
Oh, yeah. Everything.
Oh, okay.
That's why these people are so stupid, is that they don't realize that Teslas have cameras everywhere.
Oh, so
everywhere is being recorded.
They're recording all the time.
Everything.
I did not know
Wow.
that.
Everything around it. I mean, like,
I figured they had the rear view camera with that stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, guys, it drives itself. How could it not have cameras around it?
So
you know what I mean?
he was literally a pajama boy too.
Yes.
Wait a minute.
You know?
The Teslas, they're all capable of driving themselves?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
There's a mode you can put the car in that does that.
Oh.
Yeah.
This guy, can you imagine this freaking man-child with Lilo and Stitch pajama pants, keying somebody's car, somebody's $90,000 car, or whatever it
He's
is.
low energy. He's got pajama pants, flip flops,
Right.
and like a leather jacket.
Yeah.
Conflicting
Loser.
messages there, Dawn.
Well, there's
leather
another-
jacket with
Right here.
pajamas.
Well, there was
I
the
mean, come
video.
on.
By the way, Dawn, I don't know if I'm the only one who noticed this, but pajama pants don't always leave much to the imagination. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Didn't look like that dude was a very manly man. If you know what I
Oh,
mean.
is that right?
You mean he's not slaying the ladies?
All right, run the footage again,
Run
please.
the footage one more time. Maybe
to see.
hey, maybe it was cold. I don't know. But bro,
Shrinkage.
bro doesn't look like he's packing.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Look at that. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Looks like a woman.
Fat little frumpy toad.
Look at this jerk off.
Yeah. Jerk off, underrated phrase.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's a Harry special. So, yeah, and I've seen other videos last week. There was one guy, and I'm not even kidding. You can probably find it. I saw it on X. There was a guy that was walking, stuck his hand in his crevice.
Yep.
On the backside, not the front crevice, the other where the good Lord split you, and then rubs his hands straight across the Tesla window.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Did he smear anything? Was there? Any...
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah.
A little Nutella on the windshield.
The vile nature of these people.
Get some man wipes.
But it does seem like Nick, when you were saying that how is this being recorded? Because some of these do look staged.
I do think there probably are some out there staged, but you don't need, see, that's the thing I hate about any of the stage stuff from the right. You don't need to lie or manufacture anything. These people are psychotic enough naturally. Let them expose
offer it up
themselves. Yes, correct.
Good Lord.
Go to cut 24 since we're kind of doing a mental breakdown portion of the program. This person, this is courtesy of ABC 10. This woman is upset that her new passport says female.
Oh boy,
God forbid.
Oh my God!
You talk about first world problems.
Wow.
Some people can't afford to eat.
I know.
This person cares what's on their passport.
My name was changed, but my gender was not changed. So it states my legal name, Orion Hodge.
Okay.
Orion Hodge.
Orion Hodge.
Or if I didn't
she might
hear
have
that,
a point though.
Yeah. If I didn't hear that, I
Seriously.
would have called her Orion because that's how
Yes.
I would pronounce it. But if you were ever to ask me what an Orion Hodge looks like, I would
That's
venture
it.
to say that's an Orion
Yes.
Hodge.
Yes.
That's your textbook definition of an Orion Hodge.
She's got a point.
All right, can you start it over, Phil? Sorry. Thank you, buddy.
My name was changed, but my gender was not changed. So it states my legal name, Orion Hodge, but does not state the correct pronouns or gender.
Orion sent me this photo of the updated passport. He got it at the end of February. We blacked out any personal and confidential information. It shows the legal name changed, but the gender's still showing female, not the male like he applied for.
I was expecting my gender not to be changed, and I was mentally prepared for that. But it was still pretty disappointing to see.
Either Hodge is wearing a nose ring there, or that's the worst deviated septum I've ever seen.
You are correct. Whoever said it, I don't know if it was Kayal or Harry. Like the first world problems. Like,
Yeah,
oh my
Nick said that.
God, there's people being killed all around the world, and like these numbnuts are scared. Are all up in their feelings about what gender they are.
It is the most bizarre self-infatuation, self-obsessed thing I've ever seen. Sometimes when you're growing up, you obsess over, do I have acne? I'm going to have to use Stridex and Oxypads as a kid. How's my hair look?
Yeah.
My parents were smokers. Do my clothes smell like smoke when I go to school?
Yeah.
This person's obsessed over what is on a piece of documentation because for them, their identity and letting the rest of us know their identity unsolicited is the most important.
Yep.
It is the most self-nauseating thing I've ever seen.
Yep.
I'm so sick of it. I have nothing against you. Live your life. Just shut up with it already. God.
All right, one more of lunatics on TikTok. This is Cut 29. This is a Kennedy Center employee,
not John Kennedy,
who was reportedly fired after he posted an unhinged nude video of himself ranting against Elon Musk and President Trump.
Get to YouTube, folks. And no, this is not Daniel Valdez.
Don, you have to. First of all, it's kind of a small heart if you see what I'm talking about.
A decent little shag pad, though.
This guy, the mental illness of these people to think that putting this on the internet, whatever social media platform he put it on, with himself butt naked with a little heart covering his parts. That's a great idea.
Imagine the political calculation of saying, you know what? I don't want the vote of guys like Nick and Harry.
Yeah.
But I'm going to cater to this.
Also, homeboy needs to eat a cheeseburger or something. He's wasting away.
He's kind of like Tom Hanks in Castaway after he was on the island for a year.
We need to reopen the state hospitals.
I agree with you.
I'm telling you.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT if you want to see this video. Roll it.
In this episode, I'm going to talk about whether or not I should quit. I'm going to ask, does staying make me a collaborator or somehow complicit in a hostile government takeover that's systematically targeting the livelihood and liberty of poor people, queer people, black, brown people, people of color, immigrants, Muslims, victims in war-torn countries, ethnic cleansing, women, and gosh, when I put it that way, it seems obvious.
Why does he need to be naked for this?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, look at this sitting.
Weeks ago, Vice President and confirmed rapist Donald Trump decided.
Can you imagine how bad that blanket smells?
Smells like Gitmo.
After he's putting his bare butt on it.
I like the artwork, though.
I'm telling you, that's a good pad.
Yeah.
The chicks would dig that.
Yeah.
I might have to go with a yellow wall.
Yeah.
It's like an accent wall.
Yeah.
Doing everything in his goddamn power to seem like a big tough man, while Nazi wannabe Musk systematically erodes the government while selling Cybertrucks to the next generation of American war criminals. But I digress.
He erodes the government.
Who is this dude?
He's a former Kennedy Center employee.
Yeah.
So
how did he get through that protocol?
Yeah.
Former.
He was fired after he. Oh God.
Wow.
Fumigate that room.
It's just,
God, that's just gross.
Imagine calling out somebody a Nazi that's trying to downsize government.
Right.
It's goofy land.
All right, since we have some people over here from YouTube, we have. By the way, I want to get to Bernie Sanders walking out of a John Carl interview. I don't know if you guys saw this yesterday.
Yeah.
Bernie Sanders sat down with John Carl on ABC This Week, and he didn't like the questioning, so he got up and left. We will get to that in 1 second. But I wanted to, Nick, you found this. I think Crossing Broad posted it over the weekend. It's like an Eagles fan video from 1979.
It's amazing.
Did you see this, Harry?
This is great.
I did not, but Crossing Broad is terrific.
This is a, because we all remember, well, we don't remember, but the 1979 Eagles team was not the best, right?
No.
Right?
No.
Roll it.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, famous for the Liberty Bell, Blue Laws, soft pretzels, and losing football teams. A true Philadelphia fan learns to boo before he learns to speak. And yet, each Sunday, they turn out, many sitting in seats they inherited from their parents.
It just was a better time.
It does.
I'm serious. It was.
You know, our fans
Jimmy
come
Murray.
from great stock. You talk about our bloodlines, the Continental Congress, the Army. Here was a team that was at least a 3-touchdown underdog to the British, and yet they still were able to pull off the biggest win of all. And they'll fight you. They'll fight you. They'll tell you if you're not doing a good job.
Look at his hat. Is that Paulie?
And what they'll do
Was
is
this
they'll
really
boo us,
79?
but they
They
won't
were
let
actually good
anybody
in
else boo us.
79.
Oh, were they?
They went to the playoffs
in 80.
in 79.
In oh yeah.
They're just talking about the nature of how bad they were for so many years.
Oh, okay.
But to me, it was more about the nostalgia of what it looked like in the set. Look at the full beard.
It was better.
The hair.
It was better.
It was better.
It was.
It
I
really
was there. I was there.
And you want to go back.
I'm serious.
I do.
He's not wrong. It just life was just better then.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I wasn't born in '79, but this is kind of like the nostalgia I have for the '80s and the '90s. It's just like,
right.
It's just I don't know. Especially when you see the Schuylkill there, and there was no traffic really.
Right.
And you see like pictures of people on airlines in the '50s. Or
You're smoking.
You see what's the video we played of people walking in downtown San Francisco, I think in the 60s. Everybody's just getting along, smiling.
There's no human feces on the sidewalk.
I mean,
the good old days.
We've devolved.
Yep. All right, a little trip down memory lane to divert us from the cut sheet there, but I thought you guys would. Actually, while we're in the sports thing, and then I'll get to Angry Bernie. Auburn's basketball coach, Bruce Pearl,
love him,
followed up their March Madness win on Saturday night by advocating for the release of Eden Alexander, the last living American being held hostage in Gaza by Hamas.
And for the record, Bruce Pearl is Jewish.
He's Jewish, yes.
Roll this.
I believe it was God's plan to give us this success beyond what we deserve, to give us this platform, to give me an opportunity to just start this press conference really briefly and remind the world that Eden Alexander is still held hostage in Gaza right now. An American held hostage. And there aren't enough people in this country that know his name. So I asked the players if it was okay if I started out this press conference and just called out the name of an American. Bring the hostages home.
Yeah, it's well said. Wow. I'm not a fan of politics being discussed in sports,
that
but
was
if you're going to allow the left, well, then you either give me both or you give me none.
Well, that was my question, because if he would have been support of the Palestinian people, would we have had a different response?
No, my stance has always been, look, either we get both and it's a 2-lane highway, or we have none of it. I'm not into the one-way street of allowing what you believe is correct and then censoring and trying to cancel somebody for the opposing view. We either make it a hodgepodge of everything or none of it.
But I wasn't aware of that person's name or the fact that they're still being held hostage. So that's news to me, and I'm glad he's, alerted me.
Because you don't listen to my news.
I don't. I was just going to say you've mentioned that a couple of times, right? Edon, correct?
Because he's actually from Jersey, and
what's with
his
this
parents...
passive aggressive thing with you?
Me?
All of a sudden, yeah.
What?
I don't know. There's just.
What is it?
It's just a lot of comments recently that are super passive aggressive.
What was it?
Anyway, whatever. Just keep going.
Well, it was sarcastic.
Okay.
It wasn't passive aggressive.
Okay.
It was like really.
Okay.
It's Edon, though, right? Isn't that how you pronounce it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But they had said weeks ago they would release him.
Okay.
And then they didn't. So his father's been speaking out. His parents are afraid. They're trying to be diplomatic, but I mean, it's you start to wonder: is he in bad shape? What's going on here? Why won't they release?
Is he alive?
Well, because remember,
do they have proof of life?
I mean, remember he released that video. We aired the video last fall. They did release.
Yes.
Remember that was a hostage video.
I do recall that.
Yeah. So, but remember, Trump. We knew from Trump that out of like nearly 60, only 24 believed alive, and that was 2 or 3 weeks ago at this point.
Follow up here to Bruce Pearl with those comments. So Scott Jennings, about 20 hours ago, tweeted that now Scott Jennings, the Republican that we play for you on CNN. He's always in there in the Hornet's Nest with Abby Phillip and the cast of 10 p.m. Donkeys. So Scott Jennings tweeted, huge fan of Bruce Pearl. And then Bruce Pearl tweets him back, huge Scott Jennings fan. I like to watch news and learn from both sides. I give CNN credit for allowing you to check their spin. You make watching CNN possible. Thank you for your service in loving our country. Bruce, I will say this, regardless if you adhere to Bruce Pearl's alleged or assumed politics, I think he's on the right based on his commentary. It's kind of interesting that in an era where most coaches do not speak out right of center, Bruce Pearl, now granted he's in Auburn, Alabama, red state, but he's a basketball coach in a media landscape that would typically skewer him. And, oh, by the way, he's the coach of the #1 team in the country. So it's to me, I haven't seen a lot of pushback for when Bruce Pearl does talk politics. Usually, if a Republican speaks up, it's the end of the world. I haven't seen him get any blowback.
Well, to the contrary, he's being interviewed right now on Fox News.
Oh, yeah, there he is right now. Yeah, with Kilmeade.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, I'm all for him speaking out and saying, like, this is great. But, like, isn't it a little hypocritical? Because if this was Popovich, it would have been a different story, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you're probably right. Because if it would have been Popovich or LeBron has done stuff like this, and we criticize him, so we are probably being hypocritical.
Are we though? I mean, he's a kid. He was like 19 when he was kidnapped. Like, I mean, it's a hostage.
Yeah,
he's been
I know,
held,
but it just,
you know what I mean?
I think
like,
it's just it's not the specifics of the thing.
All right.
It's just using the platform to bring something like that up.
What if he would have said, and prayers go out to the 50,000 Palestinians that have been killed since this war started? Would we have been okay with that?
Well, I think he'd be on the wrong side of the issue. I think he's on the right side with Israel. But again, my stance is, and this is just my personal stance, I would prefer no politics in sports or both be permitted to share their opinion. The reason that this is because what happens is
all or none.
When some slapnuts with a cat for an avatar tweets me later today, oh no, we don't like when Steve Kerr advocates for the LGBT community, but you're a bigot and you defend Bruce Pearl. No, I'm not defending one or the other. I'm just saying if you were going to share your politics on a sports stage with your sports platform, that's fine. But I expect to have reciprocity. So it's either we both can do this or nobody can do it. You can't just it can't just be one way.
By the way, I'm not like I think I'm glad he said this, and Harry's right. Like the having him say this, and it made it's major news everywhere. So I'm glad he said it, all of this, but I just I'm feeling a little hypocritical because I said, if we would have done the Palestinian children and babies, they would have been like, oh, he's woke, he's left, he's this. You know what I mean?
Was he asked the question, or did he just come with the statement?
I think he just started the press conference that way.
Okay.
He did.
Uninitiated.
Can we get to Angry Bernie? Angry Bernie. So Bernie Sanders sat down with John Carl yesterday on ABC This Week, and he threatened to walk out, and actually gets up and leaves because I don't understand the harm in this, but John Carl asks about AOC joining him in the Senate, and apparently he didn't like this line of questioning. You have to see this video, too, because he's all up in his feelings, and he gets all agitated, and youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Roll this.
Back when I first came to the Congress and the House, I helped form the Progressive Caucus. We had 5 people at it at that time. Now they got close to 100. So you got a whole lot of good people. Alexandria is extraordinary. I am so impressed by her work in Congress and she inspires young people all over the country.
Would you like to see her join in the Senate?
Right now we have, as I said, just a whole lot of people in the Congress. Okay, Jonathan, thanks.
Wait, I got one more. This is important.
No, I asked you.
Okay.
You want to do nonsense? Do nonsense. No. I don't want to talk about inside the Beltway stuff. I got 32,000 people.
I was just asking you about AOC because she was out there with you.
Fine, but I don't want to talk about this. What was the last question?
I was just going to ask you one more question about you. I mean, that's all. I was literally your last.
What is your question?
Well, I mean, it's easier to understand.
There's nobody in the chair.
Why is he so angry with that question?
I mean, I want to ask you about your future. This is the biggest crowd. You said you ran for president twice. This is the biggest crowd you've ever seen. Are we going to see you run again? Or what's your future?
Right now, I am very proud that the people of the state of Vermont sent me back to the Senate with 63% of the vote. Right now, I'm Vermont senator. That's what I do, and I'm very happy to do it. I am 83 years of age, and I'm tired.
Boy, when you're a Democrat or a far left Democrat and you can't handle Jonathan Carl on ABC News,
what was the problem with that question?
I have no idea. That was bizarre.
What did he think? So he thought he was going to ask him something else, but I think Bernie does not want to be asked the question whether or not he's running for president.
Well, it's because there's a major divide right now in that party.
Well, no,
It was about AOC.
The problem was do you see AOC? Would you like to see AOC join you in the Senate? He goes, I don't want to talk about inside the Beltway stuff.
She remember last week on Monday we gave you the CNN polling that gave AOC the lead at 10% as the face of the Democrat Party. But the
lead at 10%.
Well, yeah, it was like 10% for this person, 6%. It was like 20 candidates.
Wow.
But there was no runaway favorite by far, obviously. But you look at the fracturing and the splintering of this party. You have the progressives, old and young, like Bernie and AOC. Then you have the Schumers and the Pelosi's. You have the Squad Dems, which AOC is a part of, along with 6 or 7 others. I know Jamal Bowman has been ousted. He got voted out. He didn't win his bid for re-election. But Charlemagne said it on I think Charlemagne was on the Andrew Schultz podcast, or he was on some podcast over the weekend, and he said, "Here's my advice to Democrats, all of them: just stop talking, because literally there's no direction of the party. It's like 6 different people, and they're all going in different directions.
Yep,
right,
and they're all crazy.
Yeah."
2 different observations. One, I will say this. AOC, she's the only one gaining traction, this oligarchy thing. 30,000 people in the crowd in Denver with the 2 of them. That's the first observation. The second observation is Jonathan Karl is so nasty when he has a Republican, especially like J.D. Vance, but any Republican, Tom Cotton, he's just so nasty and demeaning, and his tone is not nice. In this one, I was like, wow, look at how nice.
Yeah.
Jonathan
he was coddling Bernie.
Yeah. I just wanted and I just noticed that. Do you notice his tone? I've never seen him like that.
But weren't the 30,000 in Denver really there to see Beyonce?
Well, to that point, that's an interesting point, because is he jealous? Is he jealous of all the talk and all the love that AOC is getting? Because he's the grandfather. Right. He's the grandfather.
He's the OG.
Yeah,
he's the OG.
He's the OG kook.
And he might be 83 years old, but he is still with it cognitively.
Yeah.
Oh, he's sharp as a tack.
Compared to a Joe Biden at 82.
Yes,
100%.
Yeah, he's still angry. We remember at the DNC here in Philadelphia when they put up all those fences, you know, people who don't want fences, and the Bernie people and Bernie himself, they were so upset when Hillary did that shutout. Remember that?
They're going to have to drag Bernie out kicking and screaming. He's not going. He's not going out on his own volition. No way.
I had this on Friday, but I want to get to it now with the Department of Education being in the news. Randy Weingarten has been making the news, and she's
yelling again.
She's been doing the rounds.
Really pisses me off.
What's interesting to me, and we don't, well, at least Dawn and I know because we were here. She claims that she wanted schools reopened from COVID as early as April of 2020.
That's a lie.
Dawn, do you remember her saying, yes, in April of 2020, let's open schools? Because I don't remember that.
I remember Trump remember he said for Easter, by Easter, things will reopen.
Yeah.
And they were all.
That was like 3 weeks after it hit.
Trump was like, this thing will be gone by Easter.
Remember that?
Yes.
So basically, Randy Weingarten is said, oh yeah, no, I wanted, but the internet lives forever. So here's a little compilation of her in different months of 2020 saying that we should not be opening schools. Roll it.
And if people are in high risk,
This is July.
they shouldn't be in school. They should be doing things remotely. Just because Donald Trump wants to take a risk with people who go to bars or beaches, those of us who have spent our life teaching kids are not going to take a risk with kids or with our members' lives.
July of 2020.
Remote and hybrid are really the only 2 ways you
August of
can
2020.
reopen schools safely.
You got to delay school opening because if you don't have the mask, how are you going to be able to do
August
this?
of 2020.
There's a huge difference between working in Walmart and working in a school.
You know, even a situation like Florida,
September
where it was
2020.
pretty clear that schools should not reopen, and where Miami schools did not reopen because you had people who were courageous and who were willing to defy DeSantis's denials.
And why are they closing now?
November
of 2020.
Martha, they're closing now because what the city said,
Election coming
and
up.
frankly, what lots of other places are also seeing is a huge skyrocketing increase.
Okay, now
in the virus
you're not
surge.
listening to me. What they're telling us, though, is that the wisest scientific move is to have children in school.
Is that they're trying to figure out a regional way of opening and closing like they did after
They
the
don't need to
Jewish
close. That's
holidays
the point.
in the
They
middle
don't
of
need to close is the point.
Martha.
That when you hit that,
No,
it says a
the
measurement
mayor
established
said-
by the teachers
the
union
mayor-
over the summer in order to reach an agreement to reopen in the
No.
first place was a 3% threshold.
The mayor set the 3% threshold. What the teachers union did in New York City afterwards was to say these
So
are the
you get the point. It's a 7-minute montage of her of her arguing to not keep schools open.
Well, and we read the emails that were released in the last couple of years on this show that said, no, she was advocating via her official government email account to keep these schools closed. She's the perfect billboard for the trades.
Yep.
Don't be a wine garden. Go into welding.
Right.
We should
Just really quick here. Just remember, this came out like that. What in 2023? Those chummy little texts with Rochelle Walensky. Remember that whole thing? All of these. This is such a lie, and I'm so glad that you're airing some of the receipts. But they have all those texts.
Yeah. It's so dishonest to sit here and say it's so dishonest to sit here and say, oh yeah, I wanted schools
Total
open.
lie.
The minute that came out of her mouth, I'm like, well, that's certainly not true. And like, she's been on cable news, she's been on television saying the opposite.
Yep.
Like, what did she think?
And
7 months later.
Yeah.
And make no mistake about it, the next time we have another pandemic, Weingarten, Fauci, Sanjay Gupta, Leanna Wen, all of those people that were plastered on mainstream media will have not learned their lesson, and they will advocate and give you the same talking points they gave you 5 years ago.
Yeah, but we learned our lesson.
Oh, I'm not adhering.
Fight, baby.
Go to hell.
By
Never
the way,
going to happen again.
By the way, we have more. I want to get into this cell phone thing because I know you had that on the show sheet, Kale, but RFK Jr. said something over the weekend about cell phones that I want to get into, so maybe that can piggyback into this. Meaning we have more for the cut sheet coming up if you want to keep going with it.
We will do that. All right. Thank you very much. Let's get to our friends at Natural Lawn of America. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is also safer for your family and your pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America, my lawn care company, because at Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today, and when you do, you get free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn, plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn today at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so call the best. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. oliverheatcool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more. And as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Orosine with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Are you looking for an easy way to get a daily detox? Active Liver is available in both a delicious gummy or tablet. Find them at CVS, Amazon, or NewNordicUSA.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. oliverheatcool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
is on. Hello, hello, hello.
It's Kalen and Company. 9 o'clock, fourth and final hour underway here on a Monday. Harry Mays with us for a little longer as we continue with Greg Stocker's Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
By the way, to follow up to the Bernie clip that we played at 8:45, Scott writes in. He says, I'm not going to call in, but I'm fairly certain I know why Bernie was mad. By asking if he wants to see AOC in the Senate, he is indirectly asking if he wants her to run against and take out Chuck Schumer. Bernie wanted to stay as far away from that as possible.
Okay.
Keep up the great
That's
work
a
on
good
the show,
point.
Scott. Thank you, Scott.
Yeah.
I never thought about that, but yes,
So
you are
Bernie's trying to
correct.
be the stable captain of the ship.
But I'm going to take Schumer out in the wrestling ring. He
That's
doesn't have to
right.
worry about that.
Thank you.
right.
Thank you, Harry.
First, John Kennedy took it to him, then Harry Mays, and then Bernie gets the scraps. Or AOC. Or nobody.
RFK Jr. was on Fox and Friends. This was last week. I was going to get to this, but since you're going to bring up the whole cell phone thing, I wanted to play a couple of cuts first. This is cut 2 here. On wanting dyes out of foods. You know, that's a big thing. Dawn has actually been talking about it for years.
What, like Red 40 and stuff like that?
Red, yellow.
All those dyes that are, they're basically outlawed in other countries, right, Dawn?
Yeah.
Any color, any number.
Yeah, the same product. You can go to Canada, you can go to Europe. Same product made in an American factory, wherever it's produced.
Yeah.
But they make it differently. They make it less healthy.
Why is that?
We get the toxic. Well, that's the $1 million question, right? Why would they spend the money even on at the same plant with one group making something with red dyes that like cause cancer and ADHD or obesity?
Why do we need dyes anyway? Like, can't we get natural colors from like? I remember in Canada, or maybe it was in Europe, the Fruit Loops that they had there. The color that they got on the Fruit Loops was from like strawberries and blueberries and like natural
Actual
sources.
fruits.
Yeah, yes. Not like, hey, let's make this more vibrant.
Well, that's what gets the kids' attention. Ooh, look how bright.
That's exactly it, is that they're not as vibrant in those other countries. So people are like, well, what is this low energy thing?
Yep.
You get these big vibrant boxes and kids are like, I want that.
You've never seen a kid in the cereal aisle at 6 years old riding in the shopping cart with mom, dying for the Cheerios, right?
No.
They're always reaching for the Cocoa Puffs or the Fruit Loops or the Apple Jacks.
I think I was a Honey Nut Cheerio kid at 6.
Were you?
Yes.
I was a huge Honey Nut Cheerio kid as well.
Yeah.
So me
My
and you,
wife
Harry.
loved them. Yeah.
Yeah. We still keep them in the house. I know they're not super good for you. Like we have regular Cheerios.
Right.
I'm just not a cereal person at all.
I
go for the generic, the Oats and O's or whatever they're called.
Yeah.
It's like the Bobo version of.
Back in my day, I could have housed an entire box of like Count Chocula. Or something.
Oh.
No, I was always
Count
eggs
Chocula was the bomb.
Yeah, I always wanted food like eggs,
Cocoa
bacon,
Pebbles.
sausage.
Cocoa Pebbles were good.
Yeah.
Cocoa Krispies.
Yeah. Cocoa Pebbles made the chocolate milk. I mean, it was so good.
Good God.
Oh.
I need some cereal now. All right.
But the Fruity Pebbles are the ones.
Yeah.
That are
Oh, yeah,
targeted
they're-
with the
they're
red
bad.
dyes and stuff.
Yeah. Starbursts, all those things have the red dyes in them. By the way, Starbursts are very underrated candy.
Oh,
too.
give me the pink Starburst all day.
Basically, what we're saying is everything that RFK Jr. is trying to outlaw or ban. We're like, no, we need those things.
Not that.
Yeah, we don't need any of this, by the way.
No.
And all these people too. I'll play this in 1 second. But all these people too that are upset that they want to take sodas from SNAP programs. Like, really? Soda's like the worst thing for you.
Yeah, why don't you just drink battery acid?
Yeah. All right, roll this.
Well, they're all struggling to do it, according to what they told us. We told them that we wanted the dyes out of the food. The science on the dyes is so overwhelming. They're making products now in this country that have the dyes in them, like Fruit Loops, for example. And you buy the same product in Canada and it doesn't have the dyes. You buy the same product in Europe and it doesn't have the dyes. So there are a lot of ingredients, and one of the things that we're doing is we've launched a review of the GRAS standards, and we're going to get rid of the GRAS standards for most products. The GRAS standards is a standard that was adopted in 1958. It was adopted because when FDA was created to regulate food, there were foods that were generally recognized as safe, GRAS, generally recognized as safe, like flour, like dairy, like eggs. And they didn't want to make companies test those products, so they created that designation. That designation was expanded by an industry that began taking advantage of it so that any new chemical that they want to add to our food is generally recognized as safe and gets no review. That's why we have 10,000 ingredients in our food in this country. In Europe, they only have 400. And we have the worst chronic disease burden of any country in the world. So we are going to get rid of the GRAS standards for new products. We're going to go back and review all of these old ingredients to make sure that they are safe. And we're going to encourage these companies to get rid of them as quickly as possible.
Wow.
Good for him.
You know,
now, how's Margaret Brennan going to argue with that?
You know,
she'll find a way.
It's so
Yes.
fascinating that you have so many people on the left that despise RFK merely because they don't agree with him on one issue, so they don't want to hear him on any issue, right?
Yeah, agreed.
And it's actually scary, and it's also disappointing. Now, I know there are people out there that live healthy, eat healthy, and are cognizant of what they put into their body. But I think the big question we should be asking is, why are there not more people just naturally curious like RFK?
Yep.
Why is that not the majority viewpoint of why do we have all this garbage in our food?
Yep.
You know?
I didn't even know that.
It's just really
Like, I didn't know that they sell the same product but without the dyes in other countries.
Yeah, like Frosted Flakes in other countries, they don't have BHT, which is butylated hydroxytoluene, which
I'll take a
is-
double. Sounds painful.
Yeah,
It
right.
does.
in the UK and in Canada and all these other countries, they don't have all of these preservatives. They have far less sugar. The other countries don't allow the high fructose stuff that we have.
Yeah.
The dyes that have been linked to things like cancer.
Yep.
So it does beg the question, and that's for, I guess, the investigative journalists like Margaret Brennan. Why don't they get some of these biggity bigs from these companies and say, how come you make Harry May's favorite Count Chocula one way in the States and
Right.
another way in like Canada?
If I had
It's a
to
great
guess,
question.
Here's the answer. So if all of these foreign created same products overseas don't have the preservatives, I'm assuming their expiration date is faster and they have a shorter shelf life. Whereas in America,
Possible.
you get a box of Fruit Loops and
It'll
the thing
last 6 years.
It'll last 6
Yeah.
years.
Well, Don is correct. There's no bigger issue of our time than these processed foods and what goes into them and how it's making us all fat and how it's making us all unhealthy. This is the biggest crisis of our times. We can sit here, we can debate tariffs, we can debate sending money to Ukraine. That's all well and good, but if we don't have the health and stamina, like that should be the most important thing.
Well,
But then we wouldn't need as many pharmaceuticals.
That's where I was going to go. It's intentional.
You hate to think
Exactly
like that,
right.
but-
Big pharma, big ag, big food.
They all prop one another up.
Yeah.
Each other up.
You need like a Venn diagram, right?
Right.
Yeah. By the way, EKZ says, how does Greg eat cereal when he has such a disdain for milk, saying it's only for kids? I agree. Milk is only for kids, and I don't eat cereal now. I ate it when I was a child.
Wait, what?
That's what I'm saying.
Milk is only for kids?
Oh yeah. If you drink milk now, you're a man child.
Even
Wow.
in like, what if it's in a latte?
No, First of all, you shouldn't be drinking a latte.
Well, if you're a dude,
Drink coffee or
Right.
tea.
Black.
Don't drink a latte. You know, we wonder why we're so unhealthy. It's because all these damn lattes we're drinking.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, it's all sugar.
It's all sugar.
That is true.
Yeah. So
There's no sugar in a latte.
America runs on Dunkin'.
Latte is like whole milk
Okay.
and 3 shots of espresso. It's
Tony-
like, that's like lunch.
So
Tony
it's
says
delicious.
I
bone
love
density.
espresso.
Tony says bone density. Then no, like it's to grow when you're a child. Okay.
Mm.
Well, I mean,
the calcium.
You can argue once you're 18, you're done growing, you could skip milk.
I'm not done growing.
My dad used to say, well, you got to drink milk if you want to be 6 feet tall. I drank milk every day. I'm still 5'9". Screw you, Dad.
You didn't drink enough.
No.
It's true.
By the way, so are you anti-milkshake stalker?
Oh.
It's a good question. I'm not a big ice cream person to begin with. But if I were to have
a problem,
if I were to have
that's
an
a
ice
red
cream,
flag, right?
I know.
there.
If I were to have an ice cream, then yes, a milkshake would be it. So yes, I guess technically there is milk in it. So
are you anti Alfredo sauce on your pasta?
Wait,
Now you're
what?
talking.
Oh, fettuccine Alfredo.
Oh, you gotta have cream in that to make it the Alfredo.
No, it's gross.
Ooh.
Never ever, no cream sauce. No
white sauce.
No white sauce.
I actually agree with you. I'm a red sauce guy.
White sauce should be outlawed.
Yeah. I'm actually anti penny vodka sauce as well.
What?
I don't like a vodka sauce.
That's
No.
like a blush red. It's nice.
Yeah, it's pink.
It's good.
I want red.
I'm going to lunch with Dawn. Forget you two guys.
Good. Go to Italy with her and don't come back.
Yeah, I'll go. I want to go on that cruise.
Nice. And we got this little French place called Mateen's in Chestnut Hill.
Yeah.
It's like this best kept secret, but they have these. I don't even need to eat. I could just get. It's like a soup. It's like a latte.
I don't think I've ever seen you eat. Period.
I know, with the 3 shots.
All
of
I ever see is you
espresso.
drinking coffee.
I know.
That's
I
true.
love coffee.
It's unbelievable.
I'm a coffeeaholic.
Do you ever eat between 6 and noon?
No.
So you go 6 hours of uninterrupted
That's
radio.
work time.
Yeah.
With no food.
I have more energy when I don't eat.
Well,
we have been in the hub before. I've never seen you when the food drop comes eat. We've been to dinner with the Piazza people. I don't think I saw you eat there either.
She had a sausage sandwich when they dropped off from that place in Delaware a couple weeks ago, right?
No, I don't think she did.
No, it wasn't sausage. It was something else. It was like
But
it
you
was like
ate.
some kind of a brisket. I
But-
did eat that day.
I was not here for
It was amazing.
Some sort of a brisket,
It
really?
was, yeah, it was. Yeah.
Oh. You don't
I
s-
went in the hub. There were no sandwiches left,
Yeah.
but they had like this amazing meat. Like I will eat meat.
You don't
I
sleep.
like the meat.
You don't eat. You don't
There's
drink,
a drop.
You don't drink water.
There's a drop right there.
Jimmy Kelly.
Give me
get on
some
that.
good meat. Hoorah!
By the way,
Protein.
streaming live on YouTube. I guess we're gonna have to get to the cell phone story after the break. But streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. 207 likes. It's a good amount of likes, but I still want more because there's over 500 people watching. So please, everybody watching right now, please hit the like button.
Oh, and by the way,
Yeah.
real quick, just to wrap up on the health conversation,
Yeah.
because we did have this story. I think Soccer, you might have found it. The 5 worst fast foods for your health that you should avoid at all costs.
Yeah, let's do this here.
Burger King's Bacon King.
Burger King's Bacon King.
So if you're all about maha,
Yeah.
Avoid these 5.
Okay.
Wendy's Big Bacon Classic Triple.
Well, I mean, that's because it's
a triple.
Yeah, that's because it's 3 pieces of meat.
Probably
right?
should avoid Wendy's altogether. But number 3,
Their sponsor.
Popeyes Signature hot bone-in wings.
What? Why does it?
Or
it give,
the Louisiana garlic bone-in wings.
Does it give a?
It doesn't say as to
because of the coating.
Probably.
Yeah.
Number 2 is McDonald's Big Breakfast with hot cakes. It's got 2,100 milligrams of sodium.
Oh my god!
Why don't you just drink a salt shaker? Wow. And then Dairy Queen.
Oh yeah.
And their honey barbecue chicken strip basket.
DQ.
Avoid at all costs, according to this.
I've never had any of that.
Yeah, I don't think I have. Well, that's not true. I think I've had the DQ thing. I actually didn't know that DQ made food.
Yeah.
I thought it was
I
just
didn't
ice
either.
cream. And then I went to some like birthday party for my son's friend there.
Burgers, hot dogs,
and they have all kinds of food. So I think I did eat that chicken basket.
I used to. This is true admission here. When I was working in college at Foot Locker part time, there was a Dairy Queen in the mall, and they used to have pepperoni pizza hot dogs. And I would go down on my break and get 2 pepperoni pizza hot dogs.
I could see Kale sitting there with his referee shirt on.
Yep.
With it when he had a little bit of hair,
Yep.
eating his lunch.
Yep. Pepperoni, mozzarella, and marinara sauce on a hot dog.
Right.
From the Dairy Queen.
Yum.
2 for $4. Probably shortened my lifespan by 10 years.
Yeah.
You want to die? Eat a hot dog from Dairy Queen.
All right.
Lisa, authentic Italian carbonara is the best food ever. Ugh.
You like carbonara?
Yeah.
That's what with the ham and the.
It's delicious.
Yeah.
Just authentic.
That's all right.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to follow along. We should say goodbye to Harry, I guess, and take a break, and then come back and do the cell phone ban, because there's more layers to this than I think you guys. And it's going to start with an RFK clip.
Okay.
But there's a local tie to this, right, Kale?
Yep.
Let's go, Harry.
All right, Harry.
I'm going to go hammer the like button right now.
Thank you.
do
Please
that.
do that.
Yes.
Hammer it. And hit it hard. All right, there he is. Harry Mays. Thanks, bud.
Woo.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll come back. We will get to that last story, the local angle, as Pennsylvania is, at least on the school level, passing on something that I think they should take advantage of. But I think we might have some disagreements here in the room, and we'll talk about that when we come back. But first, a word from our friends at Piazza Auto Group, where their extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz is top-notch. And we're talking about Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City, where they combine luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan, beautiful vehicle, to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you will find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Schedule a test drive today. Behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz, or shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City, anytime online, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Don't forget that word premium, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, and tell them Nick Kale sent you.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's business solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt-out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you. But you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of, or in any consultation with, or at the request or suggestion of any candidate or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
This March, during Hester Chevy's Truck Month, get a new 2024 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Work Truck C71 SSV, just $43,999. Or lease a 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500 LT with 2.9% APR for 72 months. Looking for another great lease offer? A 2025 Chevy Equinox EVLT lease for just $199 a month for 36 months. Visit us at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet! Tom Giordano at noon. Kalen and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kale and Company. Segment brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure that your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. All right, final bits and pieces here of the cut sheet, which leads to our local story that's connected to this. Greg Stucker.
So RFK Jr. was talking. We played the clip on Friday during the radiothon. Dawn's son, David, was part of the discussion when we started talking about banning cell phones in schools. By the way, in the summer, David's going to come in and hang out with us on Kalen and Company.
That's all he talked about.
I've made the executive decision that when he's not in school, because honestly, having an 18-year-old perspective, I think it's super valuable.
Yeah,
it's super valuable. So I want him to be a part of.
He really owned the day on Friday, man. He manned up on the phones, and he was over there for hours.
He had a blast.
Plus, I'm recruiting for the future of this radio station. But the one part that we didn't play was, and this made the rounds on social media over the weekend, was RFK Jr. The reason he wants cell phones out of school is because of the health risks for it, because of the magnetic effects that these phones are having.
Yeah.
So I'm going to play this. This is cut one, Phil. I'm going to play this, and then he was being mocked on the internet for saying this. And everything he said is 100% correct.
Right.
100% correct. And like, I don't understand. Like, there's antennas in our phones. People don't there's antennas in our phones that are probably not doing great things to our brains.
Right.
I'm just telling you.
But if you're going to obsess over the possibility that the cell phone's going to nuke your brain from the actual, not from the content that you see on TikTok, but from the actual mechanics of the phone, I mean, you're going to drive yourself insane. We're all going to die. We're all going to die from something not pleasant. I'm all for trying to live a healthy life.
Wow.
I don't sit here and say, boy, you know what? I'm not going to answer my phone for the next 2 hours because there's too many radioactive waves that have washed over my skull. I'm not going to live like that and go insane.
All right, roll RFK Jr.
Cell phones also produce electromagnetic radiation, which has been shown to do neurological damage to kids when it's around them all day, and to cause cellular damage and even cancer. So, a cell phone use and social media use on the cell phone has been directly connected with depression, with poor performance in schools, with suicidal ideation, with substance abuse, and it's the other countries that have done this. The states that are doing this have found that it is a much healthier environment when kids are not using cell phones at schools.
Mr. Secretary,
he's 100% correct in everything he said. And the fact that he was being mocked online for saying that about the electromagnetic waves that come from cell phones is ridiculous. And you just don't know anything because there's 100% antennas, electromagnetic rays in these phones, and putting it up to your ear all day is not a good thing. It's not.
We'll put time limits on the phone, not for the apps and the internet.
Well, he said that too. He said the depression thing.
I mean, I know that's scientifically correct, but like I told you, once I found out from a doctor that too much water consumed a day can actually be bad for you, then I just realized, you know what the key to life is? Moderation. That's it.
You don't think there's the fact that there's so much stuff on this phone, you don't think that there's anything?
Oh, I'm not disputing that. Again, I'm just saying I'm not going to live my life wondering if I've used my phone too much up against my ear today and possibly got brain cancer from it.
Well,
you want to live your life like that, knock yourself out. I'm not.
I will. So EMF's reporting on that is nothing new in and of itself, right? We've talked about EMFs for many years. People who live close to power lines don't stand too close to the microwave oven. But why was the iPhone 12 back in the day banned in, where was it, France or parts of the EU because of the radiation exposure? And even now on the newer iPhones,
Soccer's going to have to give credit to the French for something.
It'll tell you it'll say you're too close, back off. Why is that?
Yeah.
We're naive to think. Like, we make it sound like cell phones have been around forever, and we've done extensive research on all of this, and we know the effects of it. We don't. They're relatively new. So, like, to sit here and say
35 years.
To sit here and say that there's absolutely no truth to that, or it can't be healthy to have this next to your man parts all day,
Well,
up next to your ear.
Keep in mind where the message is coming from. Bobby Kennedy is not beloved universally. So when he says something's bad for you, he's going to be mocked by some faction of society all the time because there are many people out there that think he's off his rocker. And you could agree with him on health and maha and foods, but you could disagree with him on vaccines. Or, it's not one size fits all.
It's true. By the way, just news you can use if you want to stop the microwave radiation emissions, then you turn the antenna off. How do you do that? Put it in airplane mode.
Oh, my wife does that a lot.
She's smart.
So does that mean you cannot communicate with that person? They will not receive anything?
She's smarter than you.
Well, there's no question. That was documented 22 years ago and confirmed at the wedding.
I'm just saying that, look, cell phones should not be in schools, period.
Well, that's my point.
However we get there, I'm fine with.
But see, I'm not there. I'm not banning cell phones in schools because of radioactive waves. I'm more concerned that they don't pay attention, my kids, or any kid, or most kids, when they have this thing in their hand.
I agree. I agree that cell phones are causing more mental health damage than anything else. There's no question in my mind about that. However, for him to be mocked for saying that about the cell phones is absurd, and it's people who don't know science. Right. I have a friend. The reason I know this is because I have a friend who studies antennas. That's what he does for a living. It's a super boring job. He makes a ton of money doing it because there's not a lot of people that can do it. And he told me point blank that, yes, the antennas in your cell phones are causing you damage. Yes, it's not saying you're going to get a brain tumor from it, for using it, but too much exposure to it is a bad thing. Yeah. And all we do all day, all kids do all day, is stare at the devices.
Well,
that's all they do.
That's why I bought eyeglasses after 2 weeks on this show with blue lenses on them, because I'm on a device all day. I'm either staring at my phone. I've got these fluorescent studio lights in here. I'm staring at a computer monitor. I'm staring at a television. I was getting tension headaches from staring at all the electronics all day long. Now, here's the local tie into the story. So the Inquirer, most PA schools passed on money for lockable phone pouches. So this was actually tried first in Lycoming County at Montoursville Area School District, where the superintendent, Dan Toromina, knew that this would not go over incredibly well. However, he was wrong. It actually worked in his school district. However, statewide, this has not been a success. Of 779 public school entities that applied for the $100 million in available funding through the School Safety and Mental Health Grant Program this year, including 500 school districts, 176 charter schools, 29 intermediate units, and 74 career and technology schools, only 18 requested to use the money for the phone pouches, according to the Pennsylvania Commission on Crime and Delinquency. 500, 176, that's 676, 706, almost 800 different schools statewide, and only 18 decided to use the money for the pouch program, which basically gives you this, what I've been advocating for on this show. When you come into Mr. Johnson's classroom, you put your phone in a bin up front. The state has all of this money for this, our tax dollars, and almost no school is utilizing it. Yet, however, I think a lot of parents are a lot like Dawn and I, where we say we want to strip the Department of Education. They have failed our kids. We know phones are a distraction for our kids. And then you're not going to utilize this, but you're going to complain about it. Is that not the definition of hypocrisy? Now, I think we disagree on this show. I am all for schools banning the phones, or at least putting them in a bin up front in the classroom. But I know it's a case-by-case basis. Dawn, you've talked about your son and other kids out there with issues where they need to have the phone for certain reasons. I just think you give a kid a device, they don't hear what you say anymore.
Agreed.
Because they're like this. Huh? What? What'd you say, Mr. Johnson? Dad, what did you just say? Take the trash out! Huh?
I am against. I would just advise anybody to hold off on the phones as long as you possibly can.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Kids, you mean? Like parents for kids? Oh, 100. You are spot on with that.
It's really difficult, but we had a small group, so we really held out until like almost 7th grade. We held out.
God bless you. There's no way I could have ever made it to 7th grade with my daughters asking for a phone. All I hear right now is they want the new the iPhone 16 Pro before school starts next year. You think I could have made it to 7th grade?
I think the generations are different, too, because I think, in my opinion, like it was different for Dawn's kids. It's definitely different with your daughters, Nick. I'm going
to disagree with you.
Could be different for your son by the time he gets to that age.
I think there's more of a pushback now. I think there's more of a pushback where parents are realizing this now.
Yeah.
And I think this next generation is going to be a little bit better served because there's so much awareness around phones now that I know a lot of parents that are just like, no, as long as I can possibly keep them. And by the way, like giving into peer pressure, like I could give a flying you-know-what Johnny's parents down the block are doing. Mm-hmm. And if my son's like, but Dad, all the kids have it. I don't care.
Johnny has one.
I don't care.
Yeah, but I'll just say this. It was going on. Our kids, all their friends had them except for a few. And so the parents getting together and having solidarity. So at least you can go, well, you know what, so-and-so and your friend Jack and and we promised each other we weren't going to do this. You do need that parental support because it's peer pressure on the kids and the parents.
I agree with you. You get together with all the parents of that little social group and say, listen, we need to all band together and do this. Yeah. I think you're spot on with that.
The other thing I noticed, now think about this, and Greg, you and I are about the same age. When we were, I don't know, let's say anywhere from 3rd grade to 7th grade, there was a million things that we probably asked our parents for. I need the new PlayStation. Yes. I need the new Jordan sneakers.
Yes.
My kids, they only ask for 2 things. It's to have their phone and to go to Sephora. They don't play video games. And the point being, everything that they need, want, or desire is all on the phone.
And you know why, Nick, right now, actually, as we speak, I'm wearing the new Jordans. You know why I'm such a sneakerhead now in my 40s is because my parents, when I was 12, were like, you're not getting those. Here's ASIC gels that cost $22 rather than the Jordans that are $100. So because of that, now that I have my own money, I'm like, I buy all the new Jordans because I think they're awesome shoes, and I'm reliving my youth.
I think everything's just been consolidated to the smartphone, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you shop off of your smartphone.
But my point was that my parents told me no. Like, no, you're not going to have that. You know what I mean? Like, no, you're not. So, peer pressure be damned. You know what I mean? Like I didn't have it. I didn't have enough money to go out and buy it on my own. So what was I going to do? You know what I mean? Like your kid can sit here and say, well, Johnny down the block has a phone and I need a phone because of this. They don't have the money to buy it. So there's no way that they're going to be able to buy it on their own unless you help them.
Yep.
So you just need to stand your ground and say, absolutely not.
Yeah, I agree.
Go outside and play in traffic. That's what my parents used to tell me to do.
Exactly. I tell my kids they go to grab the liquor store for me.
We need to break.
All right. 9:36. We'll come back. We still have the Dawn's Big Three.
Big Three, yeah.
We'll get to a Big Three from Dawn Stensland, and then today in music history, as well as our morning mystery movie clip and what's on tap for the Dawn Show. But right now, what's on tap for you if you are in the business of refurnishing your home? Well, that's Bucks County Estate Traders. It was great seeing our friends from Bucks County Estate Traders at Radiothon on Friday, but now's a great time to visit them because their spring sale is underway. If you're looking to refresh your home with quality furniture that lasts, you need to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. Their massive 58,000 square foot showroom in Hatfield, packed with stunning antique, vintage, and high-end furniture. Everything from Stickley and Henkel Harris to Ethan Allen and more. And right now, you can save big during their spring sale. From March 22nd through the end of the month, get 15% off store-wide. Plus, when you buy 3 or more items, you'll get 25% off one of those items. Conditions apply. Whether you're after classic, modern, or rustic styles, they've got something for every space. And the best part, no waiting months for delivery. You can take it home the same day. Or they'll ship it nationwide with their white glove delivery service. We've got people that listen in Florida, Virginia, Texas, Israel. They're going to ship it. How about that? Visit shopbcet.com. That's shopbcet.com. Or stop by the showroom in Hatfield. But hurry, this sale won't last forever.
Important Medicare news. Doge chief Elon Musk says all government spending is up for review, and the House plans to cut $800 million in health care costs. These cuts could hit Medicare and Medicaid. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, revealing the real Medicare crisis. Over 65 million people depend on Medicare, and Rob Finnerty says hardworking Americans that paid for it should get their full Medicare coverage. This week in his series Medicare in Crisis, Rob Finnerty looks at Medicare and why it faces bankruptcy. Big changes are ahead for Medicare. You need to watch Rob Finnerty tonight. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app on your phone now. Millions are switching to Newsmax because we're fighting for you.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-222-9599. 800-222-9599. Again, that's 800-222-9599.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get one line on Unlimited Welcome for $45 per month with AutoPay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Verizon store by April 2nd to save. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, $55.44, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-759-3413. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Rich. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Of course. That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, Find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
There it is. It's Kalen and Company. 9:45. No time for Dawn's Big Three. Tune into Dawn, top of the hour.
For the Big Three at 10.
For the Big Three at 10.
Once again.
Because we're out of time. We will get to what Dawn has lined up for her show in just a couple of minutes. Also, today in music history with Phil Almquist, fresh off of the debut episode of This Week in Music History. We'll do that in just a few moments. But before that, you guys know the drill. Before the music comes the movies. Jimmy Kelly, what morning mystery movie clip did you pick out today that nobody will know?
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kalen and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Look, this kid is 17. We've talked about him getting a job before.
I know, you're right. I wish you could spend some time with him, take a half day off.
How can you? I'm in the middle of a boat accident. I've only got 3 regular cops and a secretary.
Jesus.
And a deputy who's fallen in love with the police launch. I mean, what is it about this place? Everybody's a boat freak.
It's an island.
I'm going. Hold it, wait a minute. I don't want you to go out too far if it gets rough. We've had a lot of trouble out there.
Okay, I'll see you later.
I mean, be careful.
I'll be careful.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
It doesn't get much easier than that. And kudos to Jimmy Kelly. Credit to Jimmy Kelly where credit is due. I complained last week that they were very difficult. He said, well, what do you want me to do? You want me to give you and I'm not going to say the name of the movies. And he's followed through.
He did.
Much like Rosie O'Donnell, a man of his word. If you know that movie and you're caller 12 at 855-839-1210, you'll get a pair of tickets to see Riverdance.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Not giving too much away, but I think a lot of people know what it is.
Well, I would hope so.
Better than the first one?
No.
Phil?
Yeah, debatable. I'm going to say no as well.
Yeah. No.
Agreed.
All right, pair of tickets to see Riverdance. It's coming up April 18th at the Miller Theater in Philadelphia. For more info and tickets, visit ensembleartphilly.com. Well, after Stalker's takes this morning about no milk for adults and
it's not a new take. I've said that for years.
He has said that for a long time, though.
At least you're staying on brand and being consistent for today's show.
Yeah, I'm being consistently an a-hole.
There you go. All right, from the movies, best of luck. Caller 12-855-839-1210 to the maestro of Today in Music History.
This is your favorite president, and I just wanted to tell you about one of my favorite radio shows. It's called This Week in Music History, hosted by my highly respected, handsome, and incredibly talented friend Phil Almquist every Saturday night from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. on 1210 WPHT. This show is getting incredible ratings. It's through the roof like a rocket ship.
Wow.
It is a tremendous show. I encourage you all to listen. Enjoy the show, and the best is yet to come.
Wow.
Believe me.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kalen and Company.
Today, March 24th, we celebrate the birthdays of Dougie Thompson from Supertramp, who's 74, and Steve Sousa from Exodus, who's now 61. Heavenly birthday shouts to Steve Lang from April Wine. Sing of the Cool Dreams by Fleetwood Mac in 77. Don't Break My Heart Again by Whitesnake in 81. Big Time Peter Gabriel in 87, and No One Is to Blame by Howard Jones in 86. Altitude 5150 by Van Halen in 86. Nothing Fancy by Leonard Skinner in 75. Overkill by Motorhead in 79. And Warrior Soul by Doro in 2006. Also in 85, Easy Lover by Phil Collins and Philip Bailey was atop the singles chart. In 79, Tragedy by the Bee Gees was atop the U.S. singles chart. In 62, Mick Jagger and Keith Richards played their first paid gig as Little Boy Blue and the Blue Boys. In 58, Elvis reported to the Memphis Draft Board, and in 79, The Godfather opened in theaters. But lastly, on this day in 75, Rush is named the most promising group of the Juno Awards in Canada. For Kalen and Company, I'm Phil Hopquist.
There you go. Philip Almquist, nice work.
By the way,
yeah.
Paul Tears writes in and says, "Hi, Greg. I'm calling BS on your Mr. Tough Love dad." Okay, you can call BS on it. I'm telling you that I'm gonna stand firm.
What does he have, a Tesla? What does he have, a Tesla camera in your house?
Fulton Jack says, "My dad warned me about red dyes in the 1970s." So,
Pops was a good man.
Dad was smart.
Yep.
Dawn has been warning us against it for 10 years on
True.
These airwaves.
There you go. So. All right. For the tickets on April 18th, we have Jill in Collingswood, New Jersey, who's identified the movie. Jill, what easy movie did we give you today?
It is Jaws 2.
That is
Jaws
correct.
2.
That is correct.
Very
Jill,
nice.
Congratulations. Nice work out of you.
Good job.
And now we find out.
So wait a minute, because we have a little time here. Are you Jaws 2 not better than Jaws 1?
No. I love Jaws 2, but not better than the first one.
Not close.
No.
Dawn?
Yeah, Jaws, the first Jaws
Better than.
was way better, and
They
then
all
the
got-
other ones were.
yeah.
And then Just 3D was just atrocious.
Well,
They got
yeah.
worse as they went along.
Yeah.
So there were 4 of them, right?
No, there's more
don't
than that. I
even
think
know.
there's 5.
Were there 5?
Yeah. Louis Gossett Jr. was in the third one, right?
Yeah, the 3D one.
The 3D one. There was a couple of other characters that are pretty good actors and a few of the others.
I remember thinking fondly of Jaws 3, but maybe it's just because of my age. And when I was, younger, I watched
Jaws
it and I thought
3D
it was cool.
so bad.
Well, Roy Scheider wasn't in it.
Right.
I mean, how do you have Jaws without Chief Brody?
Yeah.
By the way, quickly, too, for the Tesla comment, Tesla stock up 34 points or 15% the past 5 days. So keep torching them.
Yeah.
It's working.
All right, now we can get to Dawn.
All right, Dawn, what do you got lined up for the top of the hour?
Oh, we have so much breaking with Trump news, so we have some new developments with that. We'll talk about all things Tesla, what's going on with that. Greenland, who's visiting Greenland? Who says it's toxic? And speaking of the word toxic, we'll talk about masculinity and what this weekend with Trump in Philadelphia really proved. So we'll hear from Senator Dave McCormick on that one, among others. So much going on. And what about the field trip that never was in Jersey? Hear from local parents who are speaking out about that one. We have also postal workers are protesting the possibility of the USPS becoming privatized. That's happening locally and nationally. So we'll get into that. Wow, there's just so much going on. It's a busy Monday.
All right, Dawn Show coming up, top of the hour. Everybody have a great rest of your Monday. We will see you Tuesday at 6 a.m. And as Senator Fetterman would say,
good night, everybody.
We got to talk about the election at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, combining luxury with performance right across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz, or you can shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. Just turn to PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully,